Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Super Strength Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Momo Yaoyorozu rode her red motorcycle through the streets leading toward UA High School, not as a student, but as the newest homeroom teacher of Class 1A. The morning air was cool, the city already alive with movement. As she passed intersections and sidewalks, she noticed groups of students in their uniforms heading toward the school, chatting loudly, some nervous, others excited. It still felt strange. At 25 years old, she was already standing on the other side of the classroom. She pulled into the teacher's parking area and shut off the engine, removing her helmet with practiced ease. Several students glanced her way, some slowing down, clearly mistaking her for another late-arriving classmate. Momo ignored the looks and headed straight into the building, her steps steady and confident. She wears a form-fitting red sleeveless top with a high collar and a gold zipper running down the front, the fabric trimmed with subtle gray lines that emphasized its tactical design. Around her waist rested a sturdy yellow utility belt, its buckle marked with her emblem. Her legs were protected by loose black cargo pants, practical and flexible for movement, with pockets along the sides and worn openings at the knees. Red wristbands wrapped around her arms, and her outfit was completed by tall red boots with gold stripes, built for both stability and speed. The halls were familiar, yet different now. As she approached classroom 1A, voices drifted through the closed door. The students were already inside. She paused just outside, listening without meaning to. Among the overlapping conversations, one voice stood out, someone apologizing to another, sounding tense and uneasy. Momo hesitated. She could have entered immediately and asserted control, but she decided against it. Interrupting them before the lesson officially began would accomplish nothing. Instead, she waited quietly in the hallway until the bell signaled the start of class. 2 minutes later, the sharp, familiar chime of the school bell rang through the building. From inside the classroom came the scraping of chairs, hurried footsteps, and voices settling into uneasy silence. Only then did Momo reach for the handle and open the door. The moment she stepped inside, every pair of eyes locked onto her. She walked calmly to the teacher's desk, set her bag down, and turned to face the class. No empty seats. That, at least, was a good start. "It's good to see that everyone is present today," she said evenly. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Momo Yaoyorozu." She was about to continue when a sharp, angry voice cut through the room. "Is this some kind of joke?" snapped a blonde boy, his glare openly hostile. "Get lost, you stupid girl, and get out before our real teacher shows up." A blue-haired boy with glasses stood abruptly, chopping the air with one hand in agitation. "While I do not condone my classmates' crude language," he said stiffly, "I must also point out that UA High School is no place for pranks of this nature." Whispers spread instantly, desks creaking as students leaned toward one another. Momo suppressed a sigh and rolled her eyes, just slightly. This was exactly what she had anticipated. Without raising her voice, she lifted her teacher's ID and held it where everyone could see. The room fell silent. Dozens of stunned gazes snapped to the ID. Disbelief. A few mouths hanging open. "As I already stated," Momo said calmly, professionalism returning in full, "I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. You will address me as Sensei or Ms. Yaoyorozu. Have I made myself clear?" No one spoke. Even the blonde boy looked away with a sharp click of his tongue. Satisfied, Momo lowered the ID and picked up a sheet of paper from the desk. "Good. We will begin with attendance. When I call your name, respond." She went down the list methodically. "Ochako Uraraka. Here. Tsuyu Ajui. And it's fine to call me Tsu, Ribbit. Mina Ishido. Present. Kyoka Jiro. Here. Toru Hagakure. I'm here," a cheerful voice called out from in seat with floating clothes. "Itsuka Kendo. Here. Setsuna Tokage. Yep, here. Yui Kodai. Here. Reiko Yanagi. Here. Katsuki Bakugo. Here. Hantashiro. Here. Shoto Todoroki. Here. Tenya Ida. Present. Eijiro Kirishima. Here. Let's do this. Fumikage Tokoyami. I am present. Izuku Midoriya. Here. Denki Kaminari. Here, sensei. Mizo Shoji. Here. Koji Koda. Here. Minoru Mineta. I'm here, he squeaked a little too eagerly. Momo nodded once, committing faces to names, names to personalities. Very well. Since the class is complete, we will proceed directly to the auditorium for the school orientation. After that, we will head outside for a short quirk apprehension test. The blonde boy leaned forward, palms slamming against his desk. Forget the orientation, he barked. Let's skip straight to the quirk test. Momo met his glare without flinching. I'm sure some of you believe the orientation is unnecessary, she replied evenly, but it is important. You will be studying here for the next 3 years to learn how to become heroes. That requires understanding how this school operates first. The blue-haired boy nodded sharply. Precisely. Learning about the institution before hero training is both efficient and logical. Yeah, Siro added with a grin. Kinda hard to be a pro-hero if you don't even know the rules. Kirishima laughed. Sounds manly to me. Gotta build a solid foundation first. Tsuyu raised a hand slightly. I think it makes sense too. Ribbit. Momo allowed herself a small, approving nod. Exactly. That is the entire point of the orientation. She turned toward the door. Follow me. The chairs scraped back once more as Class 1A stood and filed out behind their new homeroom teacher as they made their way toward the auditorium. Later, in the auditorium was already filled when Class 1A entered. Upon rows of students took their seats, the low hum of conversation echoing through the vast space until it gradually faded. At the front stood the podium, where the principal of UA would soon speak. A small figure stepped forward, an unusual creature that looked like a strange mix between a bear and a mouse. It was Nizu, the principal of UA High School. As Nizu began his speech, his tone was calm, polite, and unsettlingly cheerful as he welcomed the new students and spoke about the ideals of hero education, responsibility, and the harsh reality of the path they had chosen. Behind him, the teachers of UA sat in a neat row of chairs. Momo took her seat among them, positioned between Midnight and a tall, gaunt man whose sunken cheeks and skeletal appearance made him stand out sharply from the rest of the faculty. His posture was tense, hands folded tightly in his lap, as if simply sitting upright required effort. As Nizu continued his address, Midnight leaned slightly toward Momo, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Long time no see, Momo, she said quietly. Momo turned her head and smiled back, a genuine warmth in her expression. You can certainly say that, Sensei Midnight. Midnight let out a short laugh. I'm not your sensei anymore. You can call me Nemuri. Momo smiled a little wider. All right, Sensei, I mean Nemuri. Nemuri chuckled again, then studied Momo more closely. I have to say, ever since you graduated from UA, you haven't aged a single day. Momo looked away slightly, a faint blush touching her cheeks. I hear that a lot. It seems my quirk affects my body in ways we still don't fully understand. Slower aging appears to be one of the side effects. Nemuri grinned. The dream of every woman. Momo let out a quiet chuckle. But jokes aside, Nemuri continued, lowering her voice, I really am surprised you decided to teach here. I heard you founded what's practically the #1 hero agency in the world. And you're currently ranked 3rd in the hero charts. So why UA? Momo's expression grew more thoughtful. About 10 months ago, Principal Nizu asked me to teach here for at least 1 year. Nemuri frowned. So you're teaching just because that little SDST asked you? She muttered, clearly referring to Nizu. Momo shook her head slightly. If it had only been him, I would have declined immediately. But I was also asked by All Might. At the mention of that name, the skeletal-looking man beside her suddenly started coughing, covering his mouth with a clenched fist. Momo ignored it completely, while Nemuri's smile turned knowing. Nemuri raised an eyebrow. So you agreed because the number one hero asked you personally? Not exactly, Momo replied calmly. We had a conversation last month. I won't go into details, but the way he spoke to me wasn't professional. It felt personal, as if he truly believed I needed to be here. Nemuri's interest clearly deepened. That sounds very intriguing. I suppose the next time I see All Might, I'll have to squeeze that information out of him. At that moment, Nizu's speech came to an end. Applause filled the auditorium as students began to stand and file toward the exits. Nemuri rose from her seat and stretched. Looks like you need to get back to your class. We'll continue this conversation another time. Momo stood as well, smiling politely. I'd like that. She turned and followed the flow of students out of the auditorium, already shifting her focus back to her role as homeroom teacher. Nemuri watched her leave with an amused smile. Without turning around, she spoke to the man still seated beside her. So, she said lightly, how about it, Toshinori? Are you going to tell me willingly why you wanted Momo to teach at UA, or do I have to pry it out of you? The skeletal man let out a long, weary breath. It's complicated, Toshinori Yagi said quietly. Nemuri finally turned toward him, her smile widening. Then it's a good thing I have time. Outside, on a trainings ground, the wide training field stretched out before them, open and bare. Class 1A had already changed into their UA sports uniforms. Momo walked at the front of the group, posture straight, hands loosely folded behind her back. As they approached the field, another class came into view from the opposite direction. The students looked exhausted. Some were sweating heavily, others dragging their feet, shoulders slumped. At their front walked a man who looked less like a teacher and more like someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks, unkempt hair, tired eyes, and a general air of disinterest. Momo spotted him immediately. For a brief moment, she considered turning around and choosing another training ground altogether. Unfortunately, that option disappeared when the man noticed her and changed direction, walking straight toward her. He stopped a short distance in front of her and spoke in a flat, tired voice. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing here? Momo had to fight the strong urge to roll her eyes. Instead, she replied politely, her tone respectful despite the complete lack of warmth behind it. It's good to see you too, Aizawa. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. For you, it's still Mr. Aizawa. Momo ignored the remark entirely. Her gaze shifted past him to the worn-out students behind him. It didn't take much to piece things together. I see, she said calmly. So you once again skipped the school orientation and went straight into a quirk apprehension test. That orientation is a waste of time, Aizawa replied dryly. My thoughts exactly, Katsuki muttered loudly from somewhere behind Momo. She did not acknowledge him. Instead, Momo's attention was drawn to one of the students in Aizawa's class, a boy with messy purple hair and tired but sharp eyes. She turned slightly toward him. She said, What's your name? The boy blinked, clearly confused. Who are you? The class rep or something? Momo calmly raised her teacher's ID so he could see it. I'm the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. The reaction was immediate. Several of the exhausted students stiffened, staring at her in disbelief. She looked far too young to be a faculty. The purple-haired boy hesitated, then answered, Shinso Hitoshi. Class 1H. Momo nodded. Very well, Shinso. Answer me this. You're eating in the cafeteria when the villain alarm suddenly goes off. What do you do? Shinso froze. So did the rest of his class. For a few seconds, no one spoke. Shinso eventually forced himself to answer, uncertainty clear in his voice. I'd probably try to get out of the building as fast as possible. Momo's expression remained composed, but her tone turned serious. If students react that way, she said, panic spreads. People rush, push, and trample each other in an attempt to escape. That results in injuries, sometimes severe ones, before a villain ever reaches you. The color visibly drained from several faces in Class 1H. A few of them swallowed hard. Behind Momo, Class 1A reacted very differently. They were relieved. More than one student realized, in that moment, just how important the orientation they attended actually was. Momo turned back to Aizawa. Do you still believe the orientation is a waste of time? Mind your own business, Aizawa replied. With pleasure, Momo said evenly. We were planning to use this training field. Is it free or should we look for another? Aizawa scoffed. Do whatever you want. We're done for today. He turned toward his class, his voice cold and cutting. After that pathetic performance, I should expel every last one of you. The students of Class 1H stared at him in shock. A few gasped quietly. Aizawa walked past Momo, adding without slowing down, You're lucky expelling students was taken away from me. A collective breath of relief escaped the class. As he passed, Momo spoke again, her tone edged with dry sarcasm. Good to see you haven't changed at all, Eraserhead. At the sound of that name, Izuku's head snapped up. W. Eraserhead? The underground pro-hero. Yes, Momo replied calmly. But don't let this impress you. He's complicated. She then turned back to Class 1H. Without any visible preparation, she suddenly held a neat stack of papers in her hands. This isn't a replacement, she said, but these documents contain the essential information covered in the UA orientation. The students stared. Then they bowed and thanked her hurriedly as she handed the papers over. They immediately began distributing them among themselves. Ochako leaned toward Izuku and whispered, Did you see where she got those papers from? Izuku whispered back, No. I didn't even notice her carrying anything. Momo turned back to her own class, her expression all business again. No dawdling, she said firmly. We're starting the Quirk apprehension test. Class 1A straightened almost immediately. Momo straightened and addressed the class, her voice calm but carrying easily across the training field. Middle schools in this country do not allow students to use their quirks during standard physical tests, she explained. Her eyes moved deliberately from one student to the next. Here at UA, it's different. We will test how you perform with your quirks. Denki's face lit up immediately. Wait, does that mean we're actually allowed to use them? Kyoka glanced at him sideways, her tone flat. That's kind of the whole point of a quirk apprehension test. A few students snickered. Momo gave a short nod. Exactly. Let's begin. Itsuka Kendo, you're first. Itsuka stepped forward without hesitation. Momo gestured toward a large circle drawn into the dirt and lightly tossed her a softball. In her other hand, she held a compact measuring device. How far could you throw in middle school? Momo asked. About 66 meters, Itsuka replied confidently. Good. Now try it with your quirk, Momo said. Do whatever you like as long as you don't leave the circle. Itsuka nodded, planted her feet, and activated her quirk. Her hands expanded dramatically, muscles swelling as she twisted her body and hurled the ball with full force. The softball vanished into the distance. A sharp beep came from Momo's device. She glanced down at the readout. 184 meters, she announced. A wave of reactions followed immediately. Whoa, amazing! Kirishima cheers. The ball flew that far? Siro asks in disbelief and amazement. So we can really use our quirks? Denki grinned. The hero course is awesome. Momo cleared her throat, sharply enough to cut through the excitement. When all eyes turned to her, her expression was serious. You're free to think it's fun. You can call it awesome if you like, she said evenly. But don't forget this, the moment a real disaster happens, you must take things seriously. If you don't, you'll get yourselves or someone else injured. Or worse. The mood shifted. Several students grew quiet, the weight of her words settling in. Even on their first day at UA, it was clear she wasn't exaggerating. Momo nodded once. Good. Let's continue. What followed was a full battery of tests. Ball throw, 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, seated toe touch and sit-ups, done in pairs. A distance run, where the entire class ran together until the last student physically could not continue. Momo observed everything carefully, recording results, watching how each student used their quirk, or chose not to. And one student in particular stood out. Izuku Midoriya. Throughout the entire test, he avoided using his quirk. His movements were careful, restrained, almost hesitant. Momo noticed the way he watched others, how his eyes flicked down to his own hands more than once. Finally, it was time for the last test. Ball throw. Izuku stepped into the circle, the softball resting in his hand. He looked tense, shoulders tight, breathing uneven. Everyone could see it. Momo watched him closely, saying nothing. Izuku drew a breath, steeled himself, and threw. At the last moment, he focused his quirk into his right index finger. The throw was explosive. A sickening crack echoed in Momo's ears. The ball disappeared into the sky, traveling far beyond anything they had seen that day. Momo's device beeped sharply. She looked down. 705.3 meters, she read aloud. The class stared in stunned silence, then cheered. Then Momo noticed Izuku's hand. His finger was clearly broken. She was just about to speak when Katsuki exploded. "Explain yourself, Deku," he roared. He marched straight toward Izuku, anger boiling over, palms already sparking as he prepared to use his quirk. H-assassinate. Katsuki was suddenly drenched head to toe in white foam. The entire class froze. Momo stood between Katsuki and Izuku, a fire extinguisher in her hands, having just emptied it directly onto Katsuki's head and body. Kirishima stared, jaw-dropping. Where did she even get a fire extinguisher? "Calm down," Momo said sharply to Katsuki. "Can't you see he's injured?" She set the extinguisher aside and turned to Izuku, her expression firm but not unkind. "Show me." Izuku hesitated, then slowly raised his hand. The sight of the broken finger made several students recoil. Ochako gasped, hands flying to her mouth, fear and concern written all over her face. Momo examined Izuku's hand closely, her expression sharpening. "The finger is definitely broken." She extended her free hand. From the exposed skin of her forearm, sterile bandages, disinfectant, gauze, and a slim finger splint began to form, emerging seamlessly from her body before solidifying in her grasp. Several students stared, eyes wide. Izuku blinked in shock. Where did you get those?" "That," Momo replied calmly while disinfecting the injury, "is my quirk. I can create non-living objects from my body, as long as I understand their composition and structure." She carefully aligned his finger despite his hiss of pain and secured the splint with efficient precision. "But that's irrelevant right now," she continued firmly. "Your health takes priority." The class watched in silence as she finished the makeshift first aid. Once done, she stepped back slightly. "This is temporary stabilization. After I announce the results, you will go directly to Recovery Girl. No detours." Izuku nodded quickly, still staring at her hands as if trying to process what he had just witnessed. Somewhere behind his eyes, calculations about her quirk were already forming. Momo turned away and pressed a button on her handheld device. A holographic chart projected into the air in front of the class, displaying the rankings. Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, Ida Tenya, Tokage Setsuna, Yanagi Reiko, Yurarko Chogo, Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Eijiro, Ishido Mina, Tokoyami Fumikage, Dashutsu, Jiro Kyoka, Shoji Mizo, Kodayu, Shiro Hanta, Kendo Itsuka, Koda Koji, Hagakure, Mineta Minoru, Midoriya Izuku. Murmurs spread through the group. Some students looked relieved. Others frowned in quiet disappointment about their results. Izuku's gaze locked onto his name at the very bottom. His shoulders tensed. Momo began speaking before the tension could escalate. "As you've probably noticed, UA is full of surprises. There are even teachers like Eraserhead who expel students simply for not giving their full effort." At the word expel, several pairs of eyes shifted toward Izuku. His face paled. A brief silence stretched. Then Momo continued, her tone steady. "Fortunately for you, I'm not that reckless. Unlike certain colleagues, I will not expel students on the first day." A visible wave of relief passed through the class, most noticeably from Izuku. "But," she added sharply, What you did today should remain in your memory. Tests like this are standard here. You will be evaluated constantly. From her arm, another stack of papers formed cleanly and precisely, sliding into her hand. This time, Izuku and Ochako immediately understood. That was how she had produced the earlier documents for Class 1H. Momo distributed the sheets down the line. These are your syllabus, she explained. You may change and head home. She paused, then continued. All of you except for Midoriya, Todoroki, and Mineta. I would like to speak with each of you individually in the classroom. One at a time. Mineta immediately ran a hand over the sticky spheres on his head, grinning inappropriately. A hot young teacher wants a private lesson with me. Momo looked at him blankly. That does it, she said flatly. I intended to address this privately. But since you've chosen to behave like that publicly, I'll respond the same way. Her eyes sharpened. I have noticed the way you stare at your female classmates. If I catch you engaging in any inappropriate behavior again, you will face serious consequences. Mineta went pale instantly. Around him, several of the girls stared at him with visible irritation, some with something far colder. Tsuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Mina cracked her knuckles. Kyoka's expression turned dangerously unimpressed. Mineta shrank where he stood. Momo then turned to Izuku. As for you, Midoriya, go to Recovery Girl now. Once you're treated, report back to the classroom. Izuku nodded quickly. Weiss-sensei. Finally, she looked at the rest of the class. The rest of you are dismissed. The students began to disperse, conversations breaking out in hushed tones as they headed toward the locker rooms. Izuku was on his way back to the classroom after being treated by Recovery Girl and quickly changing into his uniform. The bandages around his finger were taken off, the pain completely gone thanks to her healing quirk. Just as he reached the classroom door, it opened. Shoto Todoroki stepped out. Todoroki walked past him without so much as a glance, his expression unreadable, posture straight and composed as ever. The air around him felt cool, distant. Izuku instinctively stepped aside to let him pass. He already finished? Izuku thought nervously. Before he could knock, a calm voice called from inside. Midoriya, come in. And close the door behind you. Izuku straightened immediately. Yes, Sensei Yaoyorozu. He entered and shut the door behind him. Momo sat at her teacher's desk, posture impeccable, hands folded neatly in front of her. Her gaze was steady, analytical. She gestured toward the chair opposite her. Sit down. We have quite a bit to discuss. Izuku swallowed and obeyed, sitting carefully. What did you want to talk to me about, Sensei? He asked politely. There are several matters I would like to address, she replied evenly, as well as a few questions I have. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. That's fine with me. But would it be all right if I asked a few questions too? A faint smile touched her lips. I see no issue with that, as long as they do not cross into private matters. He nodded quickly. Momo began without wasting time. During today's quirk apprehension test, I noticed that you refrained from using your quirk for most of the exercises. At first, I considered the possibility that you possessed a mental type or support type quirk. However, once I observed it in action, it became clear that your body cannot withstand the output of your own ability. Izuku froze. She figured that out already? He thought, stunned. In such a short time? Momo placed a file on the desk. His name, Izuku Midoriya, was printed clearly on the tab. I also reviewed your entrance exam results, she continued as she opened it. 0 villain points. 60 rescue points. However, you sustained fractures in your right arm and both legs during the process. Additionally, it is noted here that your quirk manifested only moments before the exam. Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I'm just a late bloomer, he said with a nervous laugh. Momo observed his body language closely. This topic appears to make you uncomfortable, she said calmly. I will leave it there for now. Instead, I would like to discuss something else. Izuku blinked. What? Without answering immediately, she reached for another file, this one labeled Katsuki Bakugo. She removed a document from it, then pulled a similar one from Izuku's file and placed both papers side by side in front of him. I would like to know, she said evenly, how it is possible that your school record was revised to classify you as a problem child, while Katsuki Bakugo, the actual behavioral concern, is described as exemplary. Izuku stared at the documents in confusion. Then he noticed the stamp at the top. The emblem of his former school. Aldra Junior High School. His expression darkened slightly. Typical Aldra, he muttered under his breath. It was quiet but not quiet enough. So, Momo said, watching him carefully, this originates from Aldra. Izuku stiffened. Panic flickered across his face. I don't. She met his eyes directly. I will ask you plainly. Were you bullied at Aldra Junior High? Izuku's breath caught. His hands tightened against his thighs. He looked deeply uncomfortable, almost cornered, as if he did not know which answer would make things worse. I'm sorry, Momo continued, her voice firm but not unkind, but this is an important matter. I cannot dismiss it simply because it is unpleasant. I require a direct answer. Yes or no? Silence filled the room. Izuku said nothing. Her gaze did not waver. Do not force me to create a truth serum, she added calmly. It would be very simple for me. However, I would strongly prefer not to use such a measure on one of my students. Izuku inhaled slowly, then exhaled. His shoulders trembled slightly. Finally, he gave a small nod. Yes, he admitted quietly. I was bullied at Aldra because I was quirkless. The admission seemed to drain something out of him. His shoulders sank, and he kept his eyes fixed on the desk instead of meeting hers. Across from him, Momo remained completely still. She did not interrupt. She did not soften her posture. She simply observed him carefully. Her gaze sharpened almost imperceptibly. For how long? She asked evenly. Izuku hesitated again. His fingers tightened against his knees. Since kindergarten. There was no dramatic reaction from her, no gasp, no visible outrage. But the silence that followed grew heavier. And Bakugo? She asked. Izuku flinched at the name. He was the main one, he admitted quietly. Others followed. Momo folded her hands on the desk. Her mind was clearly working, analyzing, cross-referencing the documents she had already reviewed. The files from Aldra Junior High School describe you as disruptive, combative, prone to provoking classmates. Her eyes lifted to meet his. That does not align with your psychological profile, your behavior today, or your entrance exam evaluation. Izuku swallowed. I never fought back, he said quickly. I mean, not really. I wrote in notebooks. I took notes. I wanted to be a hero, even without a quirk. That made people angry. He forced out a weak laugh, clearly uncomfortable. It's kind of stupid when you think about it. It is not, she replied immediately. Her tone left no room for argument. Wanting to pursue a profession despite structural disadvantage is not stupidity. It is resilience. Izuku blinked, surprised by the firmness in her voice. Momo opened both files again, his and Bakugo's, and placed them side by side on the desk, turning them slightly so he could see. The discrepancy here is not subtle, she said calmly. Bakugo's record omits repeated reports of aggressive behavior. Yours includes exaggerated disciplinary annotations without corroborating witness statements. Her eyes narrowed slightly. That suggests institutional bias at best. Active concealment at worst. Izuku felt his pulse quicken. You're not going to contact Aldra, are you? He asked, unable to hide the anxiety in his voice. I am considering it, she answered honestly. His head shut. Please don't, he blurted out. It's over now. It doesn't matter anymore. Momo studied him closely. It matters, she said quietly. Patterns of abuse do not disappear simply because the environment changes. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. I don't want to cause trouble, he whispered. You did not cause it, she corrected. The room fell silent again. For a moment, the young teacher, who was so often mistaken for a student because of her youthful appearance, looked far older than 25. Not in years, but in composure. Answer me something else, she continued. When your quirk manifested only moments before the entrance exam, was that the first time you used it? Izuku stiffened. Yes. Before that, you were medically documented as quirkless. Yes. And now you possess a high-output, physically destructive enhancement quirk that exceeds your body's tolerance. He said nothing. Momo did not press further on the origin. Her expression made it clear she had noticed the inconsistencies, but she was choosing, for now, not to pursue that line of questioning. Instead, she leaned back slightly. Midoriya. He looked up. If you continue to use your quirk the way you did during the entrance exam, you will permanently damage your body. Bones do not regenerate indefinitely without consequence, even with accelerated healing support. His jaw tightened. I know. No, she corrected calmly. You understand the fact. But you are still prepared to sacrifice yourself impulsively. He had no answer to that. She continued, voice steady. Self-sacrifice is admirable in controlled conditions. In uncontrolled conditions, it is liability. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. I won't allow one of my students to destroy himself in the name of heroism, she said plainly. Something in her tone made it clear that this was not negotiable. From this point forward, you will train differently. Controlled output. Incremental adaptation. Muscle reinforcement before full discharge. Izuku stared at her. You're going to train me? I am your homeroom teacher, she replied. And I specialize in tactical combat theory, structural analysis, and applied physics. I will oversee your control development personally. His eyes began to shine, not with tears, but with something dangerously close to hope. Momo noticed and, for a brief second, allowed a faint smile. However, she added, her tone sharpening again, there is one more matter. Izuku tensed. If Bakugo's aggression toward you continues inside UA, you will report it immediately. He hesitated. That's not he's just. Midoriya. Her voice cut through his attempt at minimizing. UA does not tolerate harassment. Especially not from future hero candidates. He looked down again. Yes, Sensei Yaoyorozu. She held his gaze a moment longer to ensure the acknowledgement was genuine. Then she closed both files with a quiet, decisive motion. For now, she said, this conversation remains confidential. Izuku exhaled slowly, as if he had been holding his breath since entering the room. But even as relief flickered across his face, one thing was certain, Sensei Yaoyorozu had seen far more than he had intended to reveal. Izuku hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Sensei, may I ask something? Momo regarded him calmly. Go ahead. He fidgeted slightly. Earlier, when Mr. Aizawa walked past us, he was staring at you and said that if he were allowed to, he would expel his entire class. Is it possible that he can't expel students because of you? There was no irritation in her expression, only a measured pause. Yes, she answered directly. That was one of the primary conditions I set before accepting this position as teacher. Izuku stared at her. What? I required that his authority to expel students without substantial justification be restricted. Izuku was visibly taken aback. Would it be possible, he asked carefully, for you to tell me the full background between you and him? Momo's gaze shifted slightly toward the window before returning to him. I will not tell you everything, she said evenly. However, I will tell you this, Aizawa was my homeroom teacher when I attended UA. Izuku gasped. He was. Yes. She folded her hands on the desk again, posture straight. On my first day, he did not allow our class to attend the school orientation. Instead, he immediately conducted the quirk apprehension test. Izuku blinked. At the end of the test, she continued, the student with the lowest score was expelled. No explanation. No appeal. Izuku's eyes widened. That's terrible. Yes, Momo replied calmly. It is. She did not dramatize it. She stated it as fact. And how I learned that was not the first time. There was an incident in which he expelled his entire class on their first day. Izuku could not even form a response. His mind stalled at the idea. He was more than thankful that this man was not his homeroom teacher. I considered it unfair even then, she continued. And I was not the only one. At the time, he had broad discretion. I could do nothing for those students. Her eyes sharpened slightly. But now I can. She met his gaze directly. I informed Principal Nizu that I would only accept a teaching position here if Aizawa lost the authority to expel students without legitimate cause. Izuku felt something shift in his perception of her. She was only 25. Often mistaken for a student or mature girl. Refined. Yet she had confronted administration policy, and won. One moment, Izuku said suddenly, "Did you say Principal Nizu asked you to teach here?" Momo nodded once. "I did not apply. I was approached." Izuku stared at her in disbelief. "I thought you had applied like any other teacher," he said. "But if the principal personally requested you, that must mean that I have a certain professional standing," she finished smoothly. "Yes. You could say that." She glanced at the clock on the. "It is getting late. We should leave." They stood and exited the classroom together. The hallway was quieter now, most students already gone. As they walked, Izuku spoke again. "I have one last question." She inclined her head slightly. "What is your hero name?" For the first time in several minutes, she smiled fully. "It's Creati." Izuku slowed his steps. "Creati," he repeated under his breath. Where have I heard that name before?" He stopped walking. His eyes widened. "No way. Do you mean the everything hero Creati?" He looked around, only to realize she had already turned the corner ahead. He quickly pulled out his phone with trembling hands and searched the name. The result appeared instantly. Creati. Hero name, Creati. Title, The Everything Hero. Current hero ranking, number 3. An image filled the screen. His homeroom teacher in full hero costume, composed and battle-ready, a bow staff in hand. Izuku's grip nearly failed. His phone almost slipped from his fingers. "The everything hero. Creati?" His voice trembled. "Our homeroom teacher is the current number 3 ranked pro hero." At the same time, in the teacher's lounge. Midnight and Toshinori were in the teacher's lounge. They sat across from each other at the low table, cups of tea untouched between them. The late afternoon light filtered quietly through the windows. "Where should I even begin?" Toshinori asked, rubbing the back of his neck in his thin form. Midnight smirked slightly. "How about at the beginning?" He nodded slowly. "It started about 10 months ago. I sat down with Principal Nizu to discuss how I should approach teaching once I officially joined UA. Midnight tilted her head. "That sounds reasonable. And then?" Toshinori sighed faintly. "During the planning, I realized I had absolutely no idea how to teach." Midnight let out a short laugh. "That doesn't surprise me. So what did you do?" "We brainstormed," he replied. "We reviewed former UA students. We were searching for examples, individuals who demonstrated not only strength, but analytical ability, leadership, and adaptability." His eyes grew slightly distant. "And that's when we came across Yaoyorozu's file." Flashback, 10 months earlier. Inside the office of Principal Nizu, Toshinori sat in front of the large monitor, scrolling through archived student records. On the screen appeared the academic file of Momo Yaoyorozu. Toshinori leaned forward as he read. "This student is incredible," he muttered. "Number 1 among all recommended students in her year. Top marks in every class. Highest score in every written and practical exams, including the Provisional Hero License examination." He continued scrolling. At the UA Sports Festival, top 16 in her first year. And in her second and third year, she won the festivals. He looked up at Nizu. "This file is 7 years old. What is she doing now?" Nizu's paws moved swiftly across the keyboard. The screen changed. A professional hero profile appeared. Momo stood proudly in front of a modern agency building, wearing her hero costume. Toshinori's eyes widened. "Wait a moment, she's Creati? The current number 3 in the hero rankings." His voice carried genuine disbelief. "And the founder of the Genesis Hero Agency? That agency has ranked first among hero agencies for several consecutive years." Nizu smiled in his usual composed manner. That is hardly surprising, considering how diligent and dedicated she was even as a student. Tashinori continued reading her professional record. Multiple resolved incidents. Large-scale operations. Strategic command roles during disaster responses. Efficient coordination with law enforcement. 0 confirmed civilian casualties under her direct supervision. He scrolled further. She also offers internship placements to students after the UA Sports Festival, he observed. Even those eliminated in the first round. Nizu nodded. She seems to evaluate potential rather than results alone. Tashinori leaned back slightly, thoughtful. She thinks like a teacher already, he murmured quietly. Tashinori continued to scroll through the profile of Momo Yaoyorozu, his expression growing more thoughtful by the second. Quietly, almost to himself, he murmured, "She could be a tremendous help in training my successor." Nizu's sharp ears twitched slightly, but he said nothing yet. Tashinori straightened and looked toward him. "Do you think she would consider teaching at UA? With her tactical mind, her combat versatility, and her analytical precision, she could provide structured development. Not just power training but DSPLN and control. That kind of foundation would be invaluable." Nizu folded his paws together. Creati as a homeroom teacher would indeed be an interesting thought. Furthermore, the Yaoyorozu family has been UA's largest sponsor since the academy's founding. And from all records, Ms. Yaoyorozu had overwhelmingly positive academic results here. I'm pretty sure that her experience here were all positive too. He tilted his head slightly as he thought about it. I believe it would not hurt to ask. Without further hesitation, Nizu reached for the phone. He dialed the number displayed on the hero profile and pressed the speaker button. The line rang twice. Then a calm, professional voice answered. Genesis Hero Agency. Creati speaking. How may I assist you? Nizu smiled warmly. It is wonderful to hear your voice again, Creati. Or should I say, Ms. Yaoyorozu? There was a brief pause on the other end. Principal Nizu? She replied. It has been some time. How may I be of assistance? Tashinori noticed immediately that while her tone was respectful, it lacked warmth. There was no enthusiasm in it. It sounded controlled. Nizu, however, seemed not to notice it. Ms. Yaoyorozu, we were recently discussing preparations for the upcoming school year when we realized that we are currently short one faculty member. And we concluded that no one would be more suited to the role than the current number 3 pro hero, who has advanced so remarkably in such a short time. Her response came without delay. No, thank you. I have no interest in becoming a teacher at UA. The line went dead. Nizu and Tashinori stared at the phone. Silence filled the office. Nizu blinked once. I am certain that was simply a misunderstanding. Without hesitation, he dialed again. The phone rang. Genesis Hero Agency. Creati speaking. How may I assist you? You disconnected rather abruptly, Nizu said politely. I believed my answer was sufficient, Momo replied evenly. The line went dead again. Nizu stared at the receiver for a moment longer this time. Tashinori shifted slightly in his seat. Nizu cleared his throat and dialed a third time. This time, a different voice answered. Genesis Hero Agency. Psycho Intelli speaking. How may I assist you? Nizu's expression remained composed. May I speak with Creati, please? I am afraid Creati has instructed me to handle all incoming calls from UA personally, Psycho Intelli replied professionally. If you do not have a matter concerning civilian safety or active hero operations, I must kindly ask you to clear the line for other callers. Nizu paused. I see. The call ended. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Tashinori finally exhaled slowly. It would appear that Ms. Yaoyorozu has certain reservations regarding UA. Nizu tapped a paw lightly against the desk. What reservations could she possibly have? She graduated top of her year. Tashinori's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Perhaps, he said carefully, there is something deeper. Something beyond grades or performance. He looked once more at the frozen image of Creati standing in front of the Genesis Hero Agency headquarters, composed, confident, and undeniably accomplished. For someone who excelled here, Toshinori added quietly, she was far too quick to refuse. 9 months later, at the Genesis Hero Agency. Inside the top-floor office of Genesis Hero Agency, the atmosphere was calm and orderly. Momo Yaoyorozu sat behind her large desk, reviewing mission reports and financial documents with precise efficiency. Even in her office, her posture was flawless. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows behind her. A knock sounded at the door. Without looking up from the report she was annotating, she spoke evenly. "Come in." The door opened. A towering figure stepped inside, dressed in simple civilian clothing rather than his hero costume, yet there was no mistaking him. "Ah, I hope I am not intruding, young lady." Even without the costume, his voice carried its characteristic booming presence. Momo finally lifted her gaze from her paperwork. Her expression remained composed, though her eyes sharpened slightly in recognition. "All Might," she said respectfully. "I was informed you would be visiting the agency today." She gestured toward the seat opposite her desk. "Please, have a seat. May I offer you something? Tea, perhaps?" He sat down, the seat comfy even for someone of his size. "Tea would be lovely." Momo rose gracefully and moved to a side table against the wall. With practiced movements, she prepared 2 cups. The scent of high-quality tea leaves filled the office. After placing 1 cup before him, she returned to her seat with her own. "I hope it suits your taste," she said calmly. "It is my favorite tea, Gold Tip Imperial." All Might took a careful sip. His eyes widened slightly. "This is incredible." A faint, almost amused smile touched her lips. "I am pleased to hear that," she replied, setting her own cup down. "However, I doubt that the #1 hero has come all the way to my agency merely for tea." All Might lowered his cup. "You are correct." His tone shifted, still powerful but more focused. "I have come to discuss a potential teaching position at UA. There was. For a fraction of a second, irritation flickered behind her composed expression. But it disappeared just as quickly. "Has Principal Nizu sent you to persuade me again?" she asked evenly. "I have informed him repeatedly over the past months that I have no interest in returning to UA as a teacher." "I am here to ask you," All Might replied, "but not at Nizu's request. I am here on my own." That made her pause. He leaned forward slightly. "I believe you would be an extraordinary educator." She remained silent, watching him carefully. "You possess strategic insight far beyond most pro-heroes," he continued. "You understand the science behind your quirk at a molecular level. You do not rely solely on raw power. You analyze. You prepare. You adapt." His blue eyes were serious now. "You offer internships even to students who lose in the first round of the sports festival. That means you value potential, not just performance." He placed a large hand against his chest. "The next generation does not need only symbols. They need structure. They need DSPLN. They need someone who can teach them control before power or insecurity consumes them." Momo blinked once, clearly taken aback by the directness of his praise. She cleared her throat softly. "It is an honor that the symbol of peace believes I would make a capable teacher," she said carefully. "However, there is no compelling reason for me to return to UA." Her gaze hardened slightly. Principal Nizu should already consider himself fortunate that the Yaoyorozu Corporation continues its sponsorship. All Might studied her expression more closely now. "From your past calls with Nizu and the conversation here," he said more quietly, though still in his booming tone, "I have gathered that your time at UA may not have been entirely positive." Under her breath, almost inaudible, she muttered, "That would be an understatement." All Might did not pretend not to hear. "Would you be willing to tell me," he asked, "what happened at UA that prevents you from even considering a teaching position there?" Silence settled between them. Fingers rested lightly against her teacup. For once, her composure did not crack, but it shifted. The calm became heavier. She weighed her options carefully. She had never explained it fully to anyone outside her immediate circle. But this was All Might. And perhaps it was time. She exhaled slowly. It may not hurt, she said quietly, to finally tell someone. She lifted her eyes to meet his. What happened at UA was not a matter of grades. Her voice remained steady. It was a matter of principle. All Might was completely focused on her now. Momo continued, her voice calm, but no longer detached. UA itself was, to a certain degree, a positive experience. The facilities were excellent. The academic standards were high. Many of my classmates were driven and talented. Her fingers lightly traced the rim of her teacup. But what lies beneath UA, and within Hero Society as a whole, that was far less positive. She lifted her gaze. My homeroom teacher was Shota Aizawa. Eraserhead. There was no bitterness in her tone, only clarity. He was the most unmotivated, disheveled instructor I had ever encountered. On our very first day, he denied our class the opportunity to attend the official orientation. We began our education disoriented, unfamiliar with the campus layout, lacking basic institutional guidance. She paused briefly. Instead, he conducted the Quirk apprehension test. And at the end of it, he expelled the lowest performing student. No warning. No remediation. No appeal. All Might's expression hardened slightly. I cannot say I am surprised that Shota would do such a thing, he admitted. Momo inclined her head once. It did not end there. Her voice remained steady. In my class, several male students repeatedly made inappropriate remarks toward the female students. Persistent staring. Crude comments. Objectification disguised as humor. Her eyes sharpened. There was an incident where they created a hole in the wall of the girls' locker room to spy on us while we were changing. The office felt colder. And nothing was done, she continued. No disciplinary action. No official reprimand. All Might's hands tightened against his knees. That is truly unacceptable. Momo continued, controlled but firm. During the UA Sports Festival, one of those same students deliberately attached himself to my body during the first round the obstacle race. He used his quirk to cling to me in a manner that severely restricted my movement. It slowed me significantly. But I advanced barely. Her gaze did not waver. Technically, it did not violate the written rules. But ethical conduct and written rules are not synonymous. No teacher addressed it afterward. All Might remained silent. His jaw was set. Then came the final round of the festival, she said. I lost my match. There was no shame in her voice, only fact. And afterward, I received no internship offers from pro heroes. That seemed to strike him more than the previous statements. I was left with little choice but to select from agencies affiliated directly with UA. She folded her hands lightly. I was placed under the snake hero Iwabami. All Might's brow furrowed. She accepted me because, and I quote, I was beautiful. Silence followed. My internship consisted of 7 days of assistant work, modeling appearances, and making a catwalks through crowded streets while she framed it as patrol duty. It was essentially a promotional campaign. Cameras from every angle. She lowered her gaze slightly. I was not trained in combat. I was not taught strategy. I was used as decoration. All Might looked deeply unsettled now. See. Momo's voice softened, not with weakness, but with honesty. That internship, and the broader culture within UA at the time, forced me to question the integrity of the hero system itself. Her fingers tightened slightly against the porcelain cup. I began to doubt my place within it. I questioned whether continuing my hero education was worthwhile. All Might's eyes widened. You considered quitting? Yes. There was no hesitation. For a time, I struggled with insecurity. I wondered whether intelligence and preparation even mattered in a system that rewarded spectacle and marketability. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled gently. But I did not quit. She straightened slightly. My parents reminded me that abandoning the system would change nothing. And Namuri Kiyama, Midnight, encouraged me to define heroism on my own terms. A quiet strength entered her voice. I decided that if the system attempted to push me down, I would treat it as I would treat a villain. Her eyes met his directly. I would analyze it, identify its weaknesses, and overcome it. A faint but confident smile curved her lips. I refused to be diminished. Not by my teacher. Not by my classmates. Not by a superficial internship. Not by UA. And not by the structure of hero society. She leaned back slightly. I focused on mastery, on tactical depth, on expanding my capabilities beyond what anyone expected. I built my agency around merit, not appearance. Around DSPLN, not theatrics. All Might regarded her differently now, not merely as a talented hero, but as someone who had fought a quieter, more complex battle. After a moment, a wide smile spread across his face. From where I stand, he said warmly, you succeeded. Momo allowed herself a small, composed smile. That, she said evenly, is essentially the primary reason why I do not wish to become a teacher at UA. Across from her, All Might sat upright, his expression serious rather than theatrical for once. I understand your reluctance, he replied. And I cannot deny that many of your criticisms of hero society are valid. He leaned forward slightly. However, I also cannot ignore the fact that you would be an exceptional educator. Momo's eyes narrowed just slightly. Be that as it may, she answered calmly, I see no tangible benefit for myself in accepting such a position. Might did not hesitate. It is true that you may not gain much personally, he admitted. But that does not mean the students would not gain immensely from you. She blinked once. What? His blue eyes sharpened. You possess discipline, structure, and ethical clarity. You do not tolerate misconduct. You value analysis over flashiness. You understand how to develop power safely. He placed a hand against his chest. To tell you the truth, I will also be joining UA as a teacher this year. That caught her attention. He continued. However, as I quickly realized during my discussions with Principal and I have very little idea how to teach. There was no arrogance in the admission. I can inspire. I can demonstrate. But structured pedagogy? Curriculum design? Individualized development plans? He shook his head. Those are not my strengths. Momo studied him more carefully now. The students would benefit far more from someone who can provide stability, he said. Someone who will not overlook misconduct. Someone who can shape their growth with intention. There was a subtle shift in his tone. This year's class is particularly important. That was not an accidental phrasing. Momo noticed. Her mind began to move quickly. Important. Personal. Her eyes sharpened slightly. Perhaps it was not the class as a whole that was important for him to teach. Perhaps it was one student. Understanding dawned silently. She did not voice it. Instead, she folded her hands neatly in front of her. You are asking me, she said slowly, to correct structural deficiencies from within. I am asking you, All Might replied firmly, to give students the chance you had to fight for. That struck. She had fought for her own place. She had endured dismissal, objectification, and institutional complacency, and risen regardless. The current generation would not all have her resources. Or her support system. Her gaze softened just slightly. After a long pause, she spoke. Very well, I will join UA as teacher. All Might straightened instantly. Really? I am willing, she said clearly, to become a teacher at UA. For the first time since entering the office, genuine surprise crossed his face. That is wonderful news. She raised one hand slightly. However, his smile paused mid-expression. I have several non-negotiable conditions. He nodded immediately. Of course. Without delay, he reached for his phone. I will contact Principal and you at once. Moments later, a video call connected. The face of Nizu, Principal of UA, appeared on the screen. All Might, Nizu greeted calmly. To what do I owe this call? All Might turned the phone so Momo was visible. Ms. Yaoyorozu has agreed to join UA's faculty, provided her conditions are met. Nizu's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, I am listening. Momo's posture was flawless, her tone precise. My first and most important condition, Shota Aizawa is no longer permitted to expel students for trivial or disproportionate reasons, and he should stop napping in front of his students. Nizu exhaled slowly. Conveying such restrictions to Aizawa will be delicate. That is irrelevant, Momo replied bluntly. It is a condition. It will remain so. Nizu's ears twitched slightly at her firmness. I see. She continued without hesitation. My second condition, inappropriate conduct, particularly SXL harassment from students, will be formally disciplined rather than ignored. Nizu's expression grew more cautious. Public acknowledgement of such behavior could reflect poorly on UA. Then do not publicize it, she responded sharply. But enforce consequences internally. Silence in the name of reputation is complicity. There was no anger in her voice, only conviction. Nizu regarded her thoughtfully. Understood. Momo continues while looking directly at Nizu. My third condition concerns you, Principal Nizu. I want you to get your sadistic behavior toward the students under control. I don't care how you do it, seek help, get yourself a shock collar, just make sure you stop sadistically tormenting the students. Nizu was as if someone had taken his favorite toy away from him. She went on to outline additional requirements. Clear anti-harassment policies. Documented disciplinary frameworks. Mandatory ethics modules integrated into hero coursework. Oversight mechanisms for internship placements to prevent exploitation. Each demand was articulated calmly, logically, and without emotional exaggeration. Finally, she paused. And my last condition, she said, her gaze fixing directly on the screen, concerns the class I will be assigned to. The room grew noticeably quieter. Nizu folded his paws together. I am curious, he said mildly. What condition could possibly involve the class you will be assigned to? Momo did not blink. I will not function as a symbolic faculty addition. I will have full authority within my class. If I determine that a policy endangers student development or ethical integrity, I expect institutional backing. Her eyes sharpened. I will not be overridden for the sake of convenience, politics, or public image. All might remain silent, watching the exchange carefully. Nizu held her gaze through the screen for several seconds. The air felt almost like a strategic negotiation rather than a job discussion. You request operational autonomy, Nizu summarized. I request accountability, she corrected. A long pause followed. Then slowly Nizu smiled. You truly have changed very little since your student days, he said thoughtfully. Very well. Your conditions are firm, but not unreasonable. All Might visibly brightened. Does that mean? Yes, Nizu replied calmly. I accept. Momo inclined her head once. Then I will begin preparations as soon as the contract is signed. As the call ended, All Might looked at her with renewed respect. Welcome to you, Sensei Yaoyorozu. For a brief moment, she allowed herself a small smile. Let us ensure, she said quietly, that this generation does not require the same injustice mine did. End of flashback. Back in the teacher's lounge, Midnight leaned back in her chair, letting the story settle before a wide grin spread across her face. I bet it was difficult for Nizu to agree to keep his sadistic tendencies in check. Across from her, Tashinori gave a quiet chuckle. It was harder for him to sign the contract, he replied calmly. Especially the clause outlining the consequences if her conditions were violated. Midnight's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Oh, and what exactly are those consequences? Tashinori folded his hands on the table. If the conditions are not upheld, Yaoyorozu will not only resign from her teaching position, she will also ensure that the regular donations UA receives from the Yaoyorozu Corporation are withdrawn. For a split second, Midnight simply stared at him. Then she burst into laughter. Well then, she said between amused breaths, Nizu had better behave. Tashinori nodded lightly. Additionally, he added, I commissioned Power Loader to develop a certain behavioral deterrent. Midnight raised an eyebrow. You're joking. I am not, he replied evenly. A shock collar. It activates if Nizu's biometric indicators suggest excessive sadistic enjoyment during student testing. Midnight blinked, then laughed even harder. That might actually work, she said, wiping a tear from her eye. Perhaps it will finally encourage moderation when he personally oversees practical exams. Her laughter softened as she turned her gaze toward the window, sunlight casting a warm glow across the lounge. I just hope, she said more quietly, that this time, UA is a better experience for Momo than the last one. At the same time, outside UA, Izuku walked out of the gate to the street, eyes glued to his smartphone as he continued scrolling through articles and hero profiles. Everything hero. Rank #founder of the Genesis Hero Agency. Strategic specialist. 0 civilian casualties under her command. He nearly dropped his phone when a familiar voice called out, Izuku. There you are. He flinched, barely catching the device before it hit the pavement. Looking up, he saw Ochako running toward him energetically, while Tenya approached at a brisk but controlled pace. Midoriya, Ida said, adjusting his glasses. Where have you been? Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I had a conversation with our teacher. Ochako's expression immediately shifted to concern. Is everything okay? What was it about? Izuku hesitated, careful not to reveal too much. Nothing bad, he said quickly. She just thinks some additional quirk training would be appropriate for me. Ida nodded firmly. That is a logical assessment, especially considering that you fracture your own bones when activating your ability. Izuku flushed. When you say it like that, it sounds worse. Ochako tilted her head. Wait, what were you looking at so intensely? Izuku blinked, then brightened slightly. Oh, that reminds me. Do you two know the everything hero, Kriati? Tenya looked almost offended by the question. Of course. Everyone knows the current number 3 ranked pro hero. Ochako's eyes lit up. I'm actually a huge fan of hers. 7 years ago, she commissioned my parents' construction company to build part of her agency headquarters. She paid them more than generously for their work. Tenya glanced at her thoughtfully. It sounds as though you owe her quite a bit. Ochako rubbed the back of her head shyly. I do. I originally wanted to become a hero to support my parents financially. But thanks to her, we paid off our debts. And we still have enough savings that we don't have to worry about money for years if not decades. Izuku's eyes sparkled. Wow, she's really incredible. Tenya crossed his arms. But why bring up Kriati now, Midoriya? Without answering immediately, Izuku turned his phone around so they could see the screen. On it was the official hero profile of Kriati. Did you know, Izuku asked, voice trembling slightly with excitement, that Kriati is our homeroom teacher? For a moment, both Ochako and Tenya simply stared. Their eyes widened in perfect synchronization. What? Ochako gasped. That is... Tenya adjusted his glasses rapidly. That is statistically astonishing. Before either of them could continue, the distant sound of an engine reached their ears. All three turned toward the street. A red motorcycle passed by smoothly. The rider wore a helmet visor down, but even so, there was no mistaking the posture, the composure, the unmistakable presence. For just a second, she glanced in their direction as she rode past. Then she was gone. The 3 first-year students stood there in silence. Ochako smiled. Tenya looked deeply impressed. Izuku watched the direction she had disappeared, admiration shining openly in his eyes. All Might and Momo Yaoyorozu stood before Class 1A inside the observation room overlooking Ground Beta. They say clothes make the pros. And here is the proof. All Might boomed as his eyes scanned the room. You all look so cool. The students straightened instinctively under the overwhelming praise. Momo, however, did not smile immediately. Her sharp eyes moved from one student to the next, analyzing seams, material choices, weight distribution, flexibility points, and potential weaknesses. After a moment, she spoke calmly. I notice flaws and irregularities in several of your costumes. structural weaknesses, inefficient material choices, and in some cases design decisions that may hinder mobility or tactical response. A few students shifted uneasily. If any of you are dissatisfied with your costumes, she continued, voice steady, inform me after today's lesson. I will ensure appropriate modifications are made. Several exchanged glances. Slowly, a gloved hand lifted into the air. Or rather, only the glove was visible. Yes, Hagakure, Momo said without hesitation. Toru Hagakure spoke shyly. What? Aside from gloves and boots? I didn't really receive anything else. A few students blinked in realization. Some turned red despite not being able to see her at all. From the back, Mineta grinned inappropriately. Oh ho ho, so that means you're basically naked right now? She couldn't see her face, but Momo was pretty sure that Toru looked uncomfortable after this comment. Momo's gaze snapped toward him like a blade. Another comment like that, she said coolly, and you will be serving detention for a week. Mineta gasped dramatically. What did I do? I just stated a fact. Continue, she replied flatly, and you will discover how detention feels in practice. The room went silent. Momo turned back to Hagakure as if nothing had happened. That oversight is unacceptable. I will address it with Principal Nizu after class. In the meantime, without breaking eye contact, she extended her arm. From her skin, a deep blue skin-tight suit formed seamlessly, fabric weaving itself molecule by molecule before solidifying in her hand. She handed it forward. Please wear this. Hagakure took it eagerly. Moments later, the suit vanished from sight as soon as it touched her body. A delighted gasp echoed. Toru was flabbergasted. How did you? I constructed it using a reactive composite fabric, Momo explained. It refracts light in synchronization with your quirk, adapting to your body's invisibility. That's amazing! Hagakure exclaimed. Did you invent that material yourself? Not personally, Momo replied. It was developed by specialists within my agency's support division. Your agency? Shoji repeated. One by one, confusion spread. Momo allowed herself a faint smile. I suppose I have not properly introduced myself. She stood straight. My name is Kriati, founder of the Genesis Hero Agency. Silence. Then collective shock. Eyes widened across the room. Setsuna let out a low whistle. Wait, that Genesis? The top agency? Kirishima grinned broadly. That's so manly. Our homeroom teacher is rank 3. Itsuka crossed her arms thoughtfully. That explains a lot. Shiro blinked. So we've been casually talking to one of the most strategic heroes in the country? Denki practically vibrated. This is insane. We've got rank 1 and rank 3 as our teachers. Momo cleared her throat. Your teacher's rankings are irrelevant at the moment. The class quieted. What matters is your development. If you experience issues with your costumes, report them after today's lesson so they may be corrected. Several students visibly relaxed. Many had clearly been hesitant to complain. Momo turned slightly toward All Might. You have the floor. All Might lifted a box dramatically. We will now hold mock battles. Excitement rippled through the class. He explained the exercise in detail. 2-person teams selected at random. One team would act as villains protecting a large bomb. The opposing team would act as heroes attempting to secure it. Clear tape wrapped around an opponent signified capture. If a hero touched the bomb, they won instantly. Otherwise, the villain team could claim victory by running out the clock. When he finished, Tenya raised his hand. Would it not be more efficient if we selected our own partners? Before All Might could answer, Momo spoke. In professional hero work, you rarely choose your partners. Agencies collaborate. Independent heroes respond simultaneously to incidents. Cooperation with unfamiliar allies is a necessity. Tenya bowed immediately. My apologies. I did not consider that scenario. There is no need to apologize, she replied calmly. Exercises like this exist precisely so you may learn. All Might clapped his hands together. Well said. Since everything is clear, Let us begin team selection. He reached into the box, drawing the first pairings. One by one, the teams were drawn and announced. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Kyokujiro and Denki Kaminari. Team C, Setsuna Tokage and Eijiro Kirishima. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team F, Yui Kodai and Minoru Mineta. Team G, Reiko Yanagi and Fumikage Tokoimi. Team H, Mina Ishido and Hantasiro. Team I, Toru Hagakure and Itsuka Kendo. Team J, Koji Koda and Tsuyu Ajui. All Might raised both arms dramatically. Now that the teams have been decided, we shall randomly select who will begin first. He plunged his hand back into the box and drew 2 slips. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. A subtle tension rippled through the room. Izuku's shoulders stiffened visibly. Across from him, Katsuki's expression twisted into something feral, eyes sharp, lips pulled back in a predatory grin. Momo spoke before anyone could move. One more thing before the mock battles officially begin. Her gaze swept across the entire class. Yet Izuku could have sworn it lingered a second longer on Bakugo. This should be self-evident, but I will state it explicitly. Excessive or lethal force is strictly prohibited. There was no room for misinterpretation in her tone. All Might blinked, as he noticed that he forgot to mention this point. Of course. That is, an important point. He straightened. Team A and Team D. Proceed to your positions. It did not take long. Team D entered one of the buildings and fortified their position. Team A waited outside, tension thick in the air. Ochako glanced at Izuku. We'll be fine. Let's think this through. He nodded, though his hands trembled slightly. Inside the observation room, the rest of the class gathered before the monitor. Multiple camera angles displayed the interior of the building. All Might voice rang out, through the speakers. Begin! Team A move. They entered carefully, footsteps echoing faintly against concrete. Izuku's mind raced, angles, entry points, Bakugo's likely aggression patterns, Ida's speed advantage. An explosion tore through the corridor. Katsuki burst forward, smoke curling from his palms, eyes wild. "Du." The fight escalated instantly. At one point, Katsuki lifted his gauntlet and aimed it directly at Izuku. All Might's eyes widened. He slammed his palm onto the console and activated the speakers. "Don't. Young Bakugo. Are you trying to kill him?" Through the speakers, Bakugo's furious snarl echoed back. "He won't die so long as he dodges." He pulled the pin. A massive explosion detonated down the corridor. On the monitor, Izuku barely managed to throw himself aside in time. The blast shredded concrete and sent shockwaves through the building. Several students gasped. Momo's expression hardened immediately. "That is sufficient. He will be disqualified." Her hand moved toward the speaker control. "Wait," All Might said quickly, eyes fixed on the screen. "I would like to observe how they proceed from here. But you are correct, such recklessness cannot be repeated." He pressed the button again. "Young Bakugo, if you attempt something like that again, you will be disqualified immediately." A frustrated growl came through in response. The battle resumed. Inside the building, Ochako used zero-gravity strategically to alter the terrain. Ida attempted to guard the bomb with disciplined precision, but Bakugo's tunnel vision became increasingly obvious. Izuku analyzed, adapted, calculated. Then he made his decision. A full-powered strike, controlled as best he could. The impact neutralized Ida's defense long enough for Ochako to reach the bomb. Team A secured victory. But at a cost. Izuku's scream echoed faintly through the speakers. His right arm was broken. Silence filled the observation room. Momo's jaw tightened. Moments later, medic bots entered the building. Izuku was placed onto a stretcher and transported directly toward Recovery Girl's treatment room. The rest of the class slowly returned to the observation room. The class settled as All Might and Momo Yaoyorozu stood at the front. All Might crossed his arms, his expression far more serious than before. I honestly believed Sensei Yaoyorozu's warning about excessive or lethal force would be sufficient, he said, his booming voice echoing through the room. But it appears that was not the case. His eyes locked onto Katsuki Bakugo. That was not acceptable. Katsuki clicked his tongue, looking irritated rather than remorseful. Whatever. The nerd should have seen it coming. A few students stiffened at the dismissive tone. Momo did not raise her voice. Just as you should have seen this coming, she replied evenly. You will serve 1 week of detention. That includes classroom cleaning duty. Katsuki's head snapped toward her. What? Why the hell dash? You ignored direct instructions from your teachers, she interrupted calmly. You launched a lethal level attack at a classmate despite receiving a clear warning. The consequences are self-explanatory. I've never had detention before, he shouted. There is a first time for everything, Momo answered without hesitation. And to make myself perfectly clear, if you attempt something like that again, I will personally ensure that you are barred from participating in the next UA Sports Festival. For the first time, genuine shock crossed his face. You wouldn't. She met his glare without blinking. Test me. The air between them felt charged. Katsuki huffed, fists clenched at his sides, but ultimately stepped back. He muttered under his breath, at least the teachers at Aldra knew their place. Momo's expression did not change. For your information, she said calmly, your former school is currently undergoing a full investigation by the Education Commission. Katsuki scoffed. Like I care what happens to that dump. All Might cleared his throat loudly. Let US return to the evaluation. The class straightened. While the hero team has emerged victorious, I believe young Ida is the true star of this challenge. What? Eijiro Kirishima asked, blinking. But their villain team lost. No offense, Ida. Tenya stood rigid, clearly unsure how to react. All Might glanced at Momo. Before I give my full assessment, Sensei Yaoyorozu, how would you evaluate the match? Momo stepped forward slightly, posture composed. Tenya was the only one who treated the exercise entirely as if it were real, she began. Bakugo allowed his anger and personal grudges to dictate his actions. That left his teammate vulnerable and allowed his opponents to manipulate his predictability. Furthermore, he risked destroying the entire structure and the objective with his lack of restraint. She shifted her gaze briefly. Uraraka adapted well to the environment. She and Midoriya coordinated effectively and executed a competent strategy that led to victory. Ochako listened quietly, hands clasped together. However, Momo continued, Uraraka revealed her position prematurely, which allowed Ida to intercept her. And Midoriya took an extreme risk to his own well-being to secure success. While tactically impressive, the margin for failure was significant. She turned her attention fully to Ida. Ida prepared himself to defend the objective despite being paired with a volatile partner. He attempted cooperation until that option was no longer viable, then adjusted accordingly. He successfully detained one opponent and nearly secured a capture. And he continued fighting until the match concluded. Tenya's mouth hung open. Then his glasses flashed as he straightened dramatically. Yes, well, that's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. All Might nodded, apparently not expecting such a thorough explanation. To receive such an evaluation from Sensei Yaoyorozu, I shall strive to live up to it. He looked as though he might faint from pride. Momo's eyes shifted subtly toward Ochako. The girl's expression was tense, distracted. She was clearly thinking about Midoriya. Momo softened slightly. Uraraka, she said gently, I understand your concern. But Midoriya is in capable hands. You may visit him after class if you wish. Ochako nodded slowly. Yes, sensei. All Might clapped his hands together, the sharp sound breaking the tension. Very good. Then we shall continue with the next match. Team E versus Team I. Team E, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, were assigned as heroes. Team I, Toru Hagakure and Itsuka Kendo, took the role of villains. From the start, it was unbalanced. Shoji efficiently with replicated ears figured out where the bomb was hiding, whereupon Todoroki advanced in silence. Itsuka attempted to coordinate with Toru, planning an ambush in the upper levels. It did not matter. The moment Todoroki walked in the building, he raised his right hand. Ice exploded outward. In seconds, the entire building was frozen solid, walls, staircases, hallways, and both girls trapped mid-motion. Only then did he walk calmly toward the bomb replica and place his hand on it. Team E wins. All Might declared. Todoroki waited until the result was confirmed before thawing the structure. Kendo exhaled sharply once freed. Hagekyure's invisible form flailed in frustration. That was so unfair, she protested. Momo's voice remained neutral as she evaluated. Overwhelming force is a valid strategy. However, Todoroki, collateral control will be something we refine. He nodded slightly. Team B versus Team H. Team B, Kyoka Jiro and Denki Kaminari, heroes. Team H, Mina Ishido and Hantashiro, villains. Shiro fortified corridors with tape while Mina set acidic traps with controlled viscosity. However, Jiro plugged into the building's structure. Sound waves mapped everything. Third floor, east corridor, she muttered. Denki grinned. Got it. Though not the most precise, his controlled discharge disabled Shiro long enough for Jiro to immobilize Mina with a focused sonic blast. Team B secured the bomb. Victory, Team B. Team C versus Team J. Team C, Setsuna Tokage and Eijiro Kirishima, villains. Team J, Koji Koda and Tsuyu Azui, heroes. Tsuyu moved stealthily, Koda using small animals to scout. But Setsuna's fragmented body parts floated silently through vents and blind spots, relaying constant information. Kirishima guarded the objective like a wall of steel. When Tsuyu attempted a rapid capture, she was intercepted mid-leap by a hardened Kirishima. Setsuna reassembled behind Koda, tagging him with tape. Time expired. Victory, Team C. Team G versus Team F. Team G, Reiko Yanagi and Fumikage Tokoyami, heroes. Team F, Yui Kodai and Minoru Mineta, villains. Yui demonstrated impressive analytical placement of enlarged objects to create barriers. Reiko countered calmly, telekinetically shifting debris to dismantle defenses. Tokoyami advanced with dark shadow pressuring from above. Then Mineta made a mistake. Instead of maintaining defensive positioning, he became distracted by his partner's beauty, making inappropriate comments about her and trying to touch her inappropriately. That lapse allowed Dark Shadow to pin him instantly. With Mineta immobilized and Yui outnumbered, the defense collapsed. Victory, Team G. Final evaluation. The class gathered once more. All Might stepped forward. Excellent efforts. Each of you displayed growth and areas for improvement. He gestured to Momo. She stepped forward, posture composed. Her evaluation was significantly more detailed. She addressed each team's strengths and flaws, strategic positioning, communication efficiency, risk management, quirk synergy, emotional DSPLN. When she reached Team F, her gaze settled directly on Mineta. To your information, she said calmly, your actions were recorded on camera. Mineta gulped audibly. Not only did you ignore my earlier warning, she continued, you repeated inappropriate behavior during an official training exercise. Congratulations. You have earned 1 week of detention, including cleaning duties. Mineta was about to protest, Before he could finish, a strip of tape formed from Momo's skin and snapped across his mouth. The class stared. Mineta struggled uselessly. As you have likely noticed, Momo said evenly to the room, I will not tolerate violent misconduct or SXL harassment in any capacity. The girls visibly relaxed. Shiro, Denki, and Kirishima paled slightly. That concludes today's lesson, she continued. You may proceed to the locker rooms and change. The students filed out. Once the observation room emptied, All Might turned to her. I must say, he admitted, his tone warmer now, you truly are an exceptional teacher. Momo walked toward the exit. We will see about it, she replied calmly before leaving the room. A little later, at UA Medical Ward. The sterile scent of disinfectant lingered in the air as Momo stepped quietly into the infirmary. She immediately spotted Ochako sitting beside Izuku's bed. His right arm was heavily wrapped, secured in a stabilizing brace after Recovery Girl's treatment. Despite the injury, he looked all right, eyes bright, posture slightly propped up against the pillows. Ochako was mid-sentence, speaking softly. Momo paused near the doorway. She had no intention of interrupting, and waited until they noticed her. Izuku noticed her first. His green eyes widened slightly. "Sensei? What are you doing here?" Ochako turned abruptly, nearly jumping from her chair. Momo approached the bed with calm steps. "Isn't it obvious?" she replied evenly. "I am here to see how my student is doing." Her gaze shifted briefly toward Ochako. "As I can see, I am not the only visitor." Ochako flushed faintly. I just wanted to make sure Izuku was okay." "That is very considerate of you," Momo answered without judgment. Izuku looked between them before focusing back on her. "Sensei, how did the other mock battles turn out?" A faint, knowing smile touched Momo's lips. "I expected you would ask." She took out a small data stick from her pocket. "I saved the recordings and the evaluations onto this." She placed it carefully into his uninjured hand. The eyes lit up with genuine gratitude. "Thank you so much, Sensei. I'll review them as soon as I can." "There is no urgency," she replied calmly. "Focus on your recovery first. Your classmates' performance can wait." Izuku nodded, though the analytical curiosity in his expression made it clear he would review it the moment he was able. Momo turned toward the door. "I will see you two tomorrow. Until then, get better, Midoriya," Momo said. Then she stepped out and closed the door gently behind her. The hallway outside was quiet as she walked. After a few seconds, Momo retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. The call connected almost immediately. Melissa Shields speaking. "Good afternoon," Momo said smoothly. "I'm calling to inquire about the progress of the support division regarding the gauntlet and boot prototypes." There was the faint sound of papers shuffling on the other end. "The support department has finalized the blueprints for the shock-absorbing gauntlets and reinforced boots. They are confident in the prototype's capacity to reduce recoil damage significantly." Momo's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "That is good to hear. Send me the blueprints today. You will receive them within the hour." "Excellent." The call ended. Momo lowered the phone, expression thoughtful. Shock absorption alone would not be sufficient. Control training would remain the priority. But mitigation was a necessary first step. She resumed walking down the corridor, already calculating material density ratios and structural reinforcement layers in her mind. Momo sat behind the teacher's desk in classroom 1A, calmly reviewing a tablet displaying the day's lesson plan. The classroom was quieter than usual. Several seats were still empty. Not because the students were late. Because the reporters outside the gates of UA were making it difficult for many of them to even reach the building. Through the windows, the distant noise of shouting voices and camera shutters occasionally echoed across the campus. Momo had already been informed by staff that a crowd of media reporters had gathered at the front entrance, attempting to question students about the recent events surrounding UA. Her expression remained composed, though inwardly she found the situation irritating. Students should not have to fight their way through reporters simply to attend class. The classroom door suddenly slid open. Izuku Midoriya hurried inside, slightly out of breath. Behind him came Tenya Ida and Ochako Uraraka, who looked equally rushed. The three of them stopped immediately when they saw Momo already seated at the desk. "Sensei Yaoyorozu," Ida said quickly, bowing his head. "Our sincerest apologies. We nearly arrived late." Ochako bowed as well. "We're really sorry." Izuku followed, clearly embarrassed. "Sorry, Sensei." Momo raised a hand calmly. "You were not late," she said in a measured tone. The three students looked up. "It is perfectly understandable," she continued. "The reporters blocking the entrance to UA caused the delay. This situation was outside of your control." All three visibly relaxed. "But," Momo added, "let us not dwell on it. Please take your seats. The lesson will begin shortly." The three students exhaled in relief and quickly walked to their desks. Once they were seated and the remaining students had settled as well, Momo stood from her chair. "Before we begin today's lesson," she said, "there is a matter that must be addressed first." She raised her hand slightly. From the surface of her skin, matter formed and reshaped itself. Within seconds, a small ballot box appeared in her palm, followed by a stack of paper slips marked with the official UA stamp. She placed the box on her desk. "You will first elect your class representative and deputy representative." Several students immediately began murmuring. "The decision of who you choose is entirely yours." More sheets of paper formed from her hand as she began distributing them to the class. "Because the probability that many of you would simply vote for yourselves is extremely high," Momo continued calmly, "each of you will receive 2 votes. She held up one of the slips. "You may vote for yourself once, but no more than that." She tapped the corner of the paper. "These ballots contain an official UA stamp. Do not attempt to submit any additional papers. Ballots without the stamp will not be counted." As she continued handing them out, Tenya Ida adjusted his glasses. "That is an extremely well-considered system, Sensei," he said with admiration. Momo glanced toward him. Ida continued, "This method prevents vote manipulation while also encouraging students to consider the qualities of leadership in others rather than simply promoting themselves. It ensures that the elected candidate truly has the class's confidence." A few students nodded thoughtfully. Others immediately began writing their choices. When everyone had finished, Momo lifted the ballot box. She walked slowly between the rows. One by one, each student placed their folded ballots into the box. When Katsuki Bakugo stepped forward and dropped his 2 papers inside, Momo silently observed him. Based on his personality, she was fairly certain he had voted for himself twice. But she said nothing. After collecting the final ballots, she returned to the desk. The box opened with a soft click. Momo counted each vote carefully, writing the names and results on the board behind her. When she finished, the board looked like this. Izuku, 9. Suka, 7. Tenfix, Setsumu, Fumikage, 3. Tetsugi, 3. 3. Shota, Tengi, 0. The classroom grew quiet as the results became clear. Momo set the final ballot aside. "The decision has been made," she announced. She turned toward the class. "Your class representative will be Midoriya. The deputy representative will be Kendo." Several students immediately began clapping. Izuku froze. "It me?" Meanwhile, Itsuka Kendo stood up calmly, already walking toward the front. Izuku followed more hesitantly, his entire posture tense. They stopped beside the board. Izuku looked incredibly nervous. Kendo looked completely relaxed. She leaned slightly toward him and whispered quietly, "Relax. You're shaking like a leaf." Izuku swallowed and tried to steady himself. Suddenly a chair scraped loudly against the floor. Katsuki stood up, glaring furiously. Who the hell voted for him? The room instantly fell silent. Momo answered without raising her voice. "According to the results, 9 students." She paused briefly. "That is assuming Midoriya did not vote for himself." Then her eyes shifted toward Bakugo. In contrast, she added evenly, 3 votes were cast for someone who voted for themselves. She held his gaze. "Unless, of course, you did not vote for yourself once or twice." Bakugo glared at her. But he said nothing. After a moment, he clicked his tongue and sat back down heavily. Momo turned back toward the class. "Everyone may sit down now." Her voice remained calm and controlled. "Class will begin." Later, the students of Class 1A were leaving the classroom and heading down the hallway toward the cafeteria. The atmosphere was noticeably lighter now that the morning lesson had ended. Ochako walked beside Izuku with a bright smile. "Congratulations on becoming class representative, Izuku." Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, his face turning red. "Thanks, but I still don't understand why anyone would vote for me." Tenya adjusted his glasses as he walked beside them. "That is something we can discuss properly once we reach the cafeteria and have lunch," he said in a thoughtful tone. The three of them were just about to step out of the classroom door when a calm voice stopped them. Midoriya. They turned. Momo was still sitting behind her desk. Before you go to eat, could I have a word with you? Izuku stopped in the doorway. Ochako looked at him and smiled reassuringly. Go ahead. We'll save you a seat at our table. Izuku smiled gratefully. Thanks. He walked back into the classroom and sat down in the chair across from Momo's desk. One by one the remaining students left the room. A moment later the classroom door slid shut. Now the room was quiet. Izuku shifted slightly in his seat and looked a bit worried. Sensei, did I do something wrong? Momo shook her head calmly. Not at all. You are not here because you committed any wrongdoing, nor are you about to get into trouble. Izuku blinked in confusion. Then, why did you want to speak with me? Momo looked at him for a moment before asking a completely unexpected question. What is your shoe size? Izuku froze. What? Momo repeated the question without changing her expression. What is your shoe size? Izuku looked completely caught off guard. He had no idea why she was asking something like that, but he answered anyway. Once he finished, Momo nodded. Good. That is very helpful. That means we can begin immediately. Izuku was about to ask what she meant when something suddenly caught his attention. From her chest, from beneath her clothing, objects began forming from her skin. The material pushed outward smoothly through her clothes, solidifying as it emerged. Within seconds, a pair of reinforced boots and 2 gauntlets appeared in her hands. Izuku stared in confusion at the items. But what confused him even more was where they had come from. I thought your quirk required exposed skin to create objects, he said. Momo nodded. That is normally correct. She placed the items carefully on the desk. However, my support department developed a special fabric that allows me to create objects through the material itself. She briefly touched the collar of her uniform. My hero costume is made from this fabric. Izuku's eyes widened with fascination. That's incredible. Momo folded her hands calmly. But my hero costume is not the important subject right now. She gestured toward the items on the desk. These are. Izuku looked down at them. What are they? They are for you. Izuku's eyes widened. For me? Momo nodded. I already told you on your first day that I would help you gain control over your quirk. She pointed to the equipment. These items will help us do exactly that. Izuku leaned forward slightly, studying them. I don't want to sound rude, but they don't look like anything special. They are more sophisticated than they appear, Momo explained. The gauntlets and boots contain layered shock absorption systems designed to disperse kinetic force. When you strike or kick using your quirk, the impact energy will be partially absorbed and redistributed through internal compression plates. She tapped one of the gauntlets lightly. They also contain reinforced joint stabilizers to protect your wrists and ankles, microshock dampening gel layers, and structural reinforcement designed to prevent fractures caused by recoil. She paused briefly before continuing. In addition, the boots contain traction regulators that improve stability during high-force movements, reducing the chance of you losing balance after an impact. Izuku stared at the equipment in disbelief. Where did you even get the idea for something like this? Momo answered calmly. I contacted my support department immediately after the quirk apprehension test on your first day. She leaned back slightly in her chair. I asked them to begin working on a possible solution to the problem your quirk presents. She looked at the items again. These are still prototypes, but according to their calculations, they should significantly reduce the physical stress placed on your body when you use your quirk. Izuku sat there in stunned silence. His teacher had only learned about the drawback of his quirk 2 days ago. Yet she had immediately started working toward a solution. And now she was placing that solution directly in front of him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, looking down at the equipment on the desk. Are you sure you want to just give me items this valuable? Momo answered without hesitation. If I did not want to give them to you, I would not be offering them. Izuku opened his mouth but found he had no real response to that. Momo added calmly, besides, creating them cost me nothing except a few lipids. Izuku blinked. Lipids? Internally, that immediately triggered his analytical thinking. He had already suspected that her quirk likely consumed fat cells in order to create objects, but until now he had never been completely certain. So it really does convert lipids into matter. That means her body essentially acts like a biological fabrication system. He forced himself to stop thinking about it. Now was not the time to start analyzing quirks. Momo tapped one of the gauntlets with her finger. I want you to wear these items during all practical exercises from now on. She looked at him directly. You will continue using them until you learn to control your quirk without injuring yourself. Izuku immediately stood up and bowed deeply. I will. Thank you very much for these items, sensei. I won't forget this. Momo waved the gratitude off with a small motion of her hand. It is fine. She stood from her chair. You should head to the cafeteria now before the lunch break ends. Izuku nodded. Right. Both of them had just begun to move toward the door when, boom! A distant, muffled explosion echoed across the campus. A second later, the sharp sound of the UA security alarm began blaring throughout the building. Izuku looked up in surprise. Is that the villain alarm? Momo immediately walked toward the window and looked outside in the direction the explosion had come from. Yes, she said calmly. Then she added in a dry tone, but there are no villains on campus. Izuku blinked. What? Momo gestured toward the window. Come here. Izuku walked over and looked outside as well. His eyes widened. The main gate of UA had been destroyed. And beyond it, there were reporters everywhere. Dozens of them were rushing inside the campus, cameras flashing as they tried to get closer to the buildings. Momo crossed her arms. The reporters forced their way in, she said. They likely want confirmation that All Might is truly teaching here. Izuku stared in disbelief. They actually broke the gate just to find out? Momo gave a small, matter-of-fact shrug. What did you expect? They are reporters. She opened the window. Then she turned to him. You go to the cafeteria and inform the students that the alarm was triggered by reporters, not villains. Izuku nodded immediately. I'll do that. What are you going to do? Momo stepped onto the windowsill. I will make the reporters see reason. Before Izuku could process what she meant, she jumped out the window. Sensei! Izuku rushed to the window and looked down in shock. But instead of falling as she descended, something formed from her back. A sleek glider rapidly constructed itself from her back, extending outward like mechanical wings. She glided smoothly toward the ground. Just before landing, the glider dissolved back into her body, the material reabsorbing into her skin. The moment her feet touched the ground, she immediately began running toward the destroyed gate. Izuku stared in amazement. She can absorb her creations? For a moment he looked completely fascinated. Then he suddenly slapped both of his cheeks. Focus! He shook his head rapidly. No time to analyze quirks right now. I can do that later. First I need to warn the others. Izuku dashed out of the classroom and ran down the hallway toward the cafeteria. Izuku ran through the hallway as fast as he could. His shoes pounded against the floor while the alarm still echoed through the building. Sensei told me to warn everyone. But as he kept running, a sudden realization hit him. Wait. His pace slowed slightly. Even if I find everyone, how am I supposed to warn the entire school? UA had hundreds of students. Would they even listen to me? Running through the halls shouting explanations was hardly an efficient strategy. Izuku turned a corner and suddenly stopped. Ahead of him was a large crowd of students that was already beginning to disperse. Groups of students were heading back toward their respective classrooms. Confused murmurs filled the hallway, but the panic seemed to have already faded. Izuku blinked in surprise. Did something already happen? Then he spotted several familiar faces. Ochako, Ida, Kyoka, Tokage, Hagakure, Kendo. He hurried over to them. What happened here? Toru immediately spoke, sounding incredibly excited. Oh, you should have seen it, she said cheerfully. Everyone was totally panicking. Students were running everywhere like crazy. Kyoka crossed her arms and continued for her. Then Ida looked out the window and realized the reporters were the ones causing the alarm. Itsuka nodded and picked up the explanation. And after that, Ochako used her quirk on Ida. Ochako smiled sheepishly, so he could get everyone's attention. Tenya straightened his posture. I then addressed the students and explained that the alarm had been triggered by reporters forcing their way onto campus. He adjusted his glasses. I reminded everyone that we are hero students and that panicking would only make the situation worse. Ochako finished the story with a grin. And once everyone understood what was going on, they all calmed down and went back to their classrooms. Izuku stared at them in amazement. That's incredible. Tenya then looked at him curiously. But Midoriya, he said, why did you run here in the first place? Izuku blinked. Ida continued. If you were already in the classroom, the proper procedure would have been to remain there or evacuate the building according to the instructions given during the school orientation. Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Well, he glanced toward the nearby window. Because Sensei told me to warn everyone before she jumped out the window to deal with the reporters. She did what? Several of them exclaimed at the same time. Everyone immediately rushed to the window. They looked outside toward the front gate of UA. What they saw made them pause. Below them, Sensei Yaoyorozu was standing at the entrance. Despite the crowd of reporters and cameras, she looked completely calm. She was firmly but efficiently pushing the reporters back toward the outside of the campus. Every time one of them tried to step forward again, she simply redirected them with confident movements. Within moments, she had cleared the entire entrance area. Then something even more surprising happened. From her body, material began forming rapidly. Metal beams, reinforced support frames, mechanical joints. Within seconds, an entirely new gate began assembling itself exactly where the old one had been destroyed. The structure formed piece by piece directly from her body, locking together into a sturdy metal barrier. The reporters and the two teachers who were also there, Cementos and Vlad King, stared in stunned silence as the new gate finished assembling with a heavy metallic clang. Setsuna blinked. You said that she actually jumped out of the window? Izuku nodded. Yes, she did. Kyoko whistled softly. Okay, she said. It's official. Our teacher is seriously badass. The others slowly nodded in agreement. A little later in classroom 1A, the students had returned to their seats. The earlier chaos had mostly settled, though the mood in the room was still a little excited after everything that had happened. Izuku stood up from his desk. He looked slightly nervous but determined. Everyone? The class turned toward him. After what happened earlier, I think I need to say something. He took a small breath. I don't think I should be the class representative. Several students looked surprised. Izuku continued. Today showed something important. He gestured toward Tenya. When everyone panicked, I wasn't even there. I was running around trying to figure out what to do. He rubbed the back of his neck. But Ida stayed calm, understood the situation, and helped organize everyone. Izuku looked at him with a sincere expression. That's exactly what a class representative should do. He bowed his head slightly. So I think Ida should be the class representative instead of me. Tenya blinked in surprise. If that is truly what you wish, he began respectfully, then I would gladly dash. Ahem. A polite cough interrupted him. Everyone turned. Momo was standing near the teacher's desk. It seems I must interrupt for a moment. She folded her arms calmly. Midoriya cannot simply transfer the position of class representative to Ida. Izuku looked confused. But why not, sensei? Momo gestured toward another student. I believe you are forgetting someone important. Her hand pointed toward Itsuka Kendo. When a class representative steps down, Momo explained, the deputy representative becomes the acting representative by default. She looked at Izuku. Therefore, you must first discuss the matter with your deputy. She then looked toward Itsuka. If she agrees, Ida may become the class representative. Otherwise, Momo added calmly, he could instead become the deputy representative to Kendo. Izuku blinked. Oh, he scratched the back of his head. I didn't even think about that. Tenya nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed the proper procedure. Izuku turned toward Itsuka. Sorry, Kendo. I should have talked to you first. Itsuka waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, she said with an easy smile. I actually agree with you. She glanced at Ida. Ida already proved today that he can stay calm and take charge when people start panicking. She crossed her arms confidently. So yeah, I'm totally fine with him becoming class representative. Itsuka shrugged. I'll stay the deputy. Tenya looked genuinely moved. I thank you both for the trust you have placed in me. He stood straight with determination. I promise all of you that I will do my absolute best as class representative. Several students nodded approvingly. Momo clapped her hands once. Good. Her tone was calm but satisfied. Now that this matter has been resolved. She walked to the front of the classroom. Let us continue with today's lesson. In front of the massive USJ building, Class 1A stood in formation. Every student wore their hero costume. Izuku's costume looked slightly different than before. The reinforced gauntlets and boots that Sensei Yaoyorozu had given him were secured tightly around his arms and legs. Momo stood before her students, her posture straight and composed as always. You will be training in disaster rescue operations today, she explained calmly. Several students immediately straightened with excitement. This exercise will be supervised by 3 teachers. Myself, All Might, and another instructor you will meet shortly inside the facility. Izuku raised his hand. Sensei, where is All Might? Momo answered without concern. Do not worry. He will join us later. She then raised her hand slightly. Before we enter, everyone should take one of these. From her skin, a small box formed in her palm. Inside were several small earbuds. These, she explained while holding one between her fingers, are low-frequency communication devices. The class leaned closer. Unlike cell phones or other electronics that require a network signal, these earbuds allow direct communication with anyone else wearing one. She continued calmly. They have a maximum range of approximately 5 kilometers. Additionally, they are waterproof, fireproof, and extremely durable. Izuku suddenly gasped. Wait, aren't those the communication devices developed by your agency? The ones used by pro-hero teams like the Wild Wild Pussycats. Momo nodded. Yes, they are the same models. Denki's eyes lit up with excitement. That's awesome. We're using the same gear as pro-heroes. Momo handed the box to Reiko Yanagi. Reiko immediately lifted it into the air with her poltergeist quirk. Without moving from her spot, the earbuds gently floated through the air, distributing themselves to each student. One by one, the students placed the small devices into their ears. Once everyone was ready, Momo nodded. Good. She turned toward the enormous entrance doors. It is time to enter the USJ. The massive steel doors slid open with a heavy mechanical hum. The students stepped inside and immediately stopped. The interior was enormous. A massive dome stretched high above them, filled with multiple environments designed to simulate different disaster scenarios. A shipwreck zone filled with water and one ship. A landslide area covered in artificial rock and debris. A collapsed city district with shattered buildings. Even sections designed to simulate fire, storms, and other dangerous conditions. The class stared in amazement. At the center of the entrance stood a figure in a white space-like suit. The helmet resembled that of an astronaut, the dark visor reflecting the bright interior lights. Ochako's entire face lit up instantly. It's 13. She clasped her hands together with excitement. I love her so much. She's one of my favorite heroes ever. She saves so many people with her quirk. And she looks so cool. The hero raised a gloved hand in greeting. Welcome, Class 1A, the calm voice came through the helmet speaker. I am 13, your instructor for today's rescue training. She gestured toward the enormous facility. As you can see, this location was designed to simulate a wide variety of disasters. Shipwrecks, landslides, earthquakes, urban destruction. She paused. Today you will learn an important lesson. Being a hero is not only about defeating villains. It is about saving lives. The The students listened closely. 13 clasped her hands together. But before we begin, there is something very important you must understand. Her voice grew slightly more serious. Many of you possess quirks that can be extremely dangerous. She raised one finger. For example, my own quirk. Black hole. The tip of her glove began to distort the air around it. A small swirling vortex appeared. It allows me to pull matter into a singularity. She lowered her hands slowly. This power allows me to rescue people trapped under rubble. She paused. But if I used it carelessly, it could reduce a person to dust in seconds. The class fell silent. Even Mina and Denki looked serious now. 13 continued calmly. That is why today's lesson is not simply about using your quirks. It is about restraint, precision, and responsibility. The strength of a hero is not defined by power alone. It is defined by how carefully that power is used. She allowed a moment for the message to sink in. Suddenly a strange sound echoed through the dome. A low, unnatural hum. They all looked to the center of the faculty. At the far end of the central plaza, something began to move. Dark shadows twisted together. A thick purple-black mist began swirling into existence. Izuku stiffened immediately. His instinct screamed danger. That's not part of the training, is it? Momo narrows her eyes. No, it's not. The mist expanded like a living creature. It rose higher and higher until it towered above the plaza. Then it spoke. Its voice was smooth. Cold. Forgive our intrusion, young heroes. The mist pulsed. But we are here to end all might. The air grew heavy. And to kill the symbol of peace. Dozens of figures began stepping out from the swirling mist. The first one was a man with multiple gloves on his body and one glove placed on his face like a mask. Next to him was a dark, tall, muscular figure with peak and exposed brain. After them many more people stepped out. Villains. Dangerous. And far too many of them. The moment the villains appeared, the atmosphere inside the USJ changed instantly. Momo's sharp eyes scanned the advancing crowd. Her voice cut through the rising panic. Everyone remained calm. The students turned toward her immediately. We must evacuate the facility. Beside her, 13 quickly reached to the side of her suit and pressed a button on a small emergency device. Nothing happened. She pressed it again. Still nothing. 13's posture stiffened slightly. The system isn't responding. Ochako hurriedly pulled out her phone. Her eyes widened in shock. There's no signal. None at all. Momo's expression remained composed, but her eyes narrowed. I suspected as much. She looked back toward the villains. One of them likely possesses a quirk that disrupts communication signals. A few students exchanged worried looks. Momo continued calmly. But that will not stop us. Her hand moved to her chest. Metal began forming instantly. Two objects emerged from her body. A small quadrotor drone. And a compact adhesive charge. Without hesitation, Momo threw the charge high into the air. It struck the massive glass dome of the USJ. The device stuck firmly to the surface. A second later, boom! A sharp explosion cracked the glass high above them. The blast wasn't large enough to shatter the dome completely, but it opened a small breach. At the same moment, Momo released the drone. Its rotors spun to life and it shot upward, flying through the opening and disappearing into the sky. Zero blinked in confusion. Sensei? What exactly did you just do? Momo answered without looking away from the villains. That drone will transmit a distress signal to UA the moment it regains communication range. Itsuka's eyes lit up with admiration. That's incredible, Sensei. Momo nodded slightly. Unfortunately, that only solves one of our problems. Everyone followed her gaze. The villains were already moving. Slowly, confidently. They were advancing up the stairs toward the entrance. Momo's expression hardened. From her back, metal and composite materials began forming again. Within seconds, two automated defensive weapons appeared beside the stairs. Tripod mounted with laser proximity sensors. The barrels pointed directly toward the approaching villains. The first few criminals rushed up the staircase. As soon as they crossed the invisible laser line, thud 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 thud, the sentry guns fired. A rapid barrage of bullets slammed into the charging villains. Several of them cried out as they were struck. 2 collapsed instantly, knocked unconscious. Others staggered back down the stairs, clutching their arms and ribs while shouting in pain. The sudden defensive fire forced the entire group to hesitate. Katsuki casually bent down and picked up one of the spent rounds that had bounced across the floor. He rolled it between his fingers. Then he scoffed. These are just rubber bullets. Momo glanced at him briefly. Her tone remained calm. Of course they are rubber bullets. I don't kill people. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Nearby, Setsuna tilted her head slightly. So what do we do now, sensei? Momo turned toward the class. Her voice became firm. Everyone will remain together. She looked to 13. 13, protect the students. The rescue hero nodded immediately. Understood. Momo's skin shifted again. A long metal staff began forming from her palm. Within seconds, a bow staff was firmly in her grip. Izuku's eyes widened with concern. Sensei, you're not planning to fight them alone, are you? Momo met his gaze. Her answer was calm. Yes, I do. Izuku froze. Tenya stepped forward urgently. Sensei Yaoyorozu, there are far too many villains. Statistically speaking, the probability of victory is extremely low. Momo did not look worried. I do not need to win. Her eyes returned to the advancing enemy force. I only need to delay them. She turned back to her students. Until reinforcements arrive. Her gaze swept across the entire class. Listen carefully. You will remain here with 13. Do not engage with villains if you can prevent it. Several students straightened immediately. That was all she said. The next moment, Momo sprinted forward. Without hesitation, she ran down the staircase toward the central plaza. The villains quickly noticed. One of them laughed. Oh, looks like the heroes finally decided to act. Another squinted toward the running figure. Wait, that's just a girl. A third villain grinned widely. A hot girl. He licks his lips. I call dibs on her. Beside him, a bulky man with a shaved head and metal piercings across his jaw snorted in amusement. Behind them, more villains gathered, watching the lone figure approaching. A single young woman. Running straight toward them. And smiling slightly while spinning her bow staff in her hand. Momo ran straight toward the approaching villains. The bow staff spun smoothly in her hands as she closed the distance. Then suddenly she jumped. With powerful momentum, she launched herself high into the air above the first wave of villains. As she rose, dozens of small objects rapidly formed from her body. Matryoshkas, falling from the sky like rain. The villains stared in confusion. A thin male villain wearing a torn jacket casually swatted one aside. What the hell? Another villain, a woman with short dyed green hair and a patched leather outfit, caught one out of the air. What is this supposed to? One large male villain with messy brown hair grabbed one that had bounced off his head. He stared at it in confusion. Dolls? A split second later, flash. The Matryoshka exploded in a blinding burst of light. Ah! The villain screamed, dropping to his knees as the flashbang detonated. At the same moment, the other dolls began exploding one after another. Bang! Flash! Boom! Some erupted in bright flashes that blinded the villains. Others detonated with small concussive blasts. A few released BOLO restraints, cables snapping outward and wrapping tightly around nearby villains. Several criminals were instantly bound and dragged to the ground. Within seconds, the entire front group of villains had been thrown into chaos. Some staggered blindly. Some shouted in confusion. Some were already restrained on the ground. That was the moment Momo struck. She descended from above with a flying kick, slamming her boot into the chest of a thin male villain wearing a crude skull mask. The impact sent him crashing backward across the concrete. Momo landed smoothly, immediately rolling forward to absorb the momentum. Before the nearby villains could react, her bow staff moved. The staff struck the jaw of a short female villain wearing a hooded coat, dropping her instantly. Wham! The other end of the staff slammed into the ribs of a tall man with a metal shoulder guard. Thud. A third strike swept the legs out from under another villain with spiky green hair. 3 opponents down in seconds. More villains rushed toward her. Momo immediately absorbed the bow's staff back into her body. In its place, 2 compact electrified eskrima sticks appeared in her hands. The next attacker, a muscular man with a bandana covering his face, swung a punch. Momo stepped aside and struck his arm with one stick. Cracky! Electricity surged through him. He collapsed instantly. Another villain, a woman in a patched combat vest, lunged at her. Momo pivoted and struck her in the stomach. Zzzt. She dropped to the ground gasping. A third attacker tried to grab her from behind. Momo spun and struck his thigh. He crumpled with a shout. At that moment 2 more villains rushed her from the side. One was a tall man with long greasy hair. The other was a thin woman wearing goggles and a black scarf. Momo twirled both eskrima sticks in a smooth motion, then struck. Both sticks hit their solar plexus at the same moment. Zzzt. The electric shock ran through both of them. They collapsed instantly. But before she could move again, 2 massive arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind. A towering male villain with thick arms and a scar across his bald head had grabbed her in a bear hug. He laughed loudly. Got you now. His grip tightened. Not so tough anymore, huh girly? Momo remained perfectly calm. Oh. Her voice was dry. That is unfortunate. The villain frowned. What? From Momo's back, sharp spikes suddenly erupted outward. Dozens of porcupine-like quills burst from her back. Ayakak! The large villain screamed as the spikes stabbed into his arms and chest. Instinctively he released her, stumbling backward in pain. The moment Momo's feet touched the ground, the quills vanished back into her body. She turned instantly. Her leg moved in a clean arc. Her roundhouse kick connected perfectly with the villain's jaw. The impact snapped his head sideways and lifted him partially off his feet before he crashed unconscious onto the ground. Momo didn't pause. 7 more villains rushed her at once. A short man with tattoos across his neck charged first. Momo sidestepped his punch and struck the back of his knee with her eskrima stick. He dropped immediately. A female villain with spiked shoulder armor tried to tackle her. Momo pivoted and slammed an electrified strike into her ribs. She collapsed with a cry. A tall man wearing goggles lunged with a metal pipe. Momo blocked the swing and struck his wrist, making him drop the weapon before delivering a shock that knocked him out. 2 more attackers tried to surround her. Momo spun between them, striking one in the stomach and the other across the collarbone with precise, electrified blows. Both fell within seconds. Another villain with messy blue hair tried to grab her from behind. Momo ducked and swept his legs before striking the side of his neck. The 7th attacker, a bulky man in a torn jacket, charged recklessly. Momo stepped forward and drove both eskrima sticks into his abdomen with a final electric surge. He collapsed heavily onto the ground. Silence lasted only a moment. Then more footsteps echoed. Momo slowly straightened. Around her, nearly 24 villains formed a circle. Men and women in mismatched gear, masks, and crude armor surrounded her from every direction. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Momo showed no fear. One male villain with a jagged metal mask laughed. "Oh, not so brave now, are you?" Another villain, a tall man with greasy blonde hair and a torn sleeveless coat, liked his lips while staring at her. "Got any last words before we have some fun with you?" Momo calmly absorbed the eskrima sticks back into her body. Then she answered, "Only one. Good night." The villains frowned in confusion. Before they could react, a breathing mask and protective goggles instantly formed over Momo's face. At the same moment, a faint gas began flowing from her body. The nearest villains inhaled it first. Ah! One staggered. Another blinked in confusion. Then one by one, they collapsed. Bodies dropped across the plaza as the sleeping gas spread through the circle. Within seconds, the entire group of villains had fallen unconscious. The plaza floor was covered with defeated criminals. And in the center of them all, only Momo remained standing. At the same time, at the center of the entrance, the students of Class 1A stood frozen near the top of the stairs. Their eyes were wide as they watched the battle unfolding in the central plaza below. Villain after villain had fallen. Denki stared with his mouth hanging open. Did you guys just see that? Kirishima clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement. She just ran straight through them. That's insane. That's so manly. Mina pumped her fist into the air. Woo. That's our number 3 hero for you. Several students nodded in amazement. Even usually calm students like Kyoka and Reiko looked impressed. Shoto, however, kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. His voice remained calm. She hasn't defeated all of them. Everyone looked toward him. Todoroki continued quietly. 3 remain. His gaze focused on the figures standing near the far end of the plaza. The hand villain, the creature beside him, and the mist villain. Ochako blinked. Wait, where did the mist villain go? Right here. A calm voice suddenly spoke behind them. Every student turned instantly. A swirling mass of purple-black mist had appeared directly behind the group. The fog slowly condensed, forming a tall humanoid shape dressed in dark clothing with metallic braces around the neck. Inside the swirling mist, glowing yellow eyes appeared. 13 stepped protectively in front of the student as she says, "Stay back, students." The figure gave a polite bow. "Allow me to introduce myself," the calm voice said. "My name is Kurojiri." The students immediately tensed. Kurojiri continued in a smooth, almost courteous tone. "As we previously stated, we represent the League of Villains." The mist shifted slightly around him. "Our objective today was simple. To kill All Might, the symbol of peace." His glowing eyes moved slowly across the group of students. "However, it appears he is not present." His voice grew colder. "Therefore we must send a message to the world." The mist thickened slightly. "By killing you children instead." "Like hell you will, you freak." Katsuki Bakugo roared. Explosions burst from his palms as he launched himself forward. Beside him, Kirishima hardened his body and charged as well. "Let's go!" Bakugo blasted straight toward Kurojiri. But the moment his hand reached the mist, his attack passed straight through. Kirishima's punch followed. It also struck nothing. Kurojiri's mist shifted calmly. That was close. The purple fog suddenly expanded outward. Before anyone could react, the mist surrounded the entire group. "Scatter," Kurojiri said quietly. The world twisted. Warp gates opened around the students. In an instant, several of them vanished. Itsuka disappeared with a startled cry. Izuku vanished as well, Tsuyu vanished. Beside him, Mineta vanished as well. Fumikage and Todoroki were pulled into another gate. Reiko, Setsuna, and Yui were swallowed by swirling mist nearby. Even Denki and Kyoka were dragged into separate portals. Within seconds the class was violently scattered across the massive facility. Only a few students remained near the entrance. At the same time, Central Plaza. Momo removed the breathing mask as the sleeping gas dispersed. All around her, unconscious villains covered the plaza floor. She calmly absorbed the mask back into her body. Then she created several reinforced capture nets. With quick movements, she threw the nets over the unconscious villains, binding them securely. Once the last net was secured, she turned toward the only 2 remaining enemies. She stopped several meters away. Her sharp eyes carefully studied them. The first was the man covered in gloves. His posture twitched constantly. The second figure standing beside him was something else entirely. It was enormous. Over 2 meters tall with dark purple skin and massive muscles. Its exposed brain pulsed strangely inside an open skull. Its eyes were empty. Momo's expression hardened slightly. The hand-covered villain scratched his neck aggressively while staring at the fallen villains scattered across the plaza. "How?" he muttered irritably. He scratched harder. "How did this happen?" His voice trembled with frustration. "We recruited all this cannon fodder specifically for our attack on All Might." He scratched his neck again. "How did some random NPC deal with all of them?" Momo crossed her arms calmly. If you need a minute to process the situation, she said dryly, I can come back later. The dismissive tone only made the villain twitch harder. His scratching became more aggressive. Momo kept watching him carefully. She still didn't know what his quirk was, but her instincts told her it was dangerous. Her gaze then moved to the creature beside him. Her analytical mind was already working. The muscle density, the exposed brain, the unnatural stillness. This was not a normal human. In fact, it might not even be a natural living organism at all. It looked engineered, manufactured, artificial. Momo looked back at the hand-covered villain. What does the League of Villains want with a class of students? The villain tilted his head slightly. We're only here to kill All Might, he said flatly. His fingers dug into the skin of his neck again. But since he isn't here, his gaze lifted slowly toward Momo. We'll kill you first and all the students. Then he turned toward the creature beside him. Nomu. His voice became cold. Kill her. The massive creature immediately moved. Its muscles flexed as it launched forward at terrifying speed, charging straight toward Momo. Nomu's fist came down like a meteor. Momo's instincts reacted instantly. She jumped sideways just as the massive fist slammed into the ground where she had been standing a moment earlier. Boom. Concrete shattered. A massive crater formed in the plaza floor, cracks spreading outward from the impact point. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Momo landed lightly several meters away, sliding across the ground before stabilizing her stance. Her eyes sharpened. Not just strong, she thought. Fast as well. Nomu straightened slowly from the crater, its empty eyes locking onto her again. Momo narrowed her gaze. And something tells me that isn't the extent of its abilities. The creature moved again. Its massive body lunged forward with another brutal punch. Momo pivoted aside at the last second, the fist missing her by centimeters as it blasted through a chunk of broken concrete. While moving, her mind was already analyzing the enemy. Muscle density, reaction speed. Let's see what else it's capable of. Then something else caught her attention. Her eyes flicked toward the hand-covered villain. And she suddenly realized something. The mist villain was gone. Her eyes scanned the area quickly. Then, from the corner of her vision, a swirling warp portal suddenly opened above the shipwreck zone. 3 figures dropped out. Izuku, Tsuyu Azui and Mineta. They crashed into the water below with loud splashes. Momo's eyes widened slightly. Midoriya? Mineta? Her gaze shifted again quickly. Another warp portal opened above the mountainous landslide area. 3 more figures fell out. Kyoka, Itsuka Kendo and Denki. They tumbled down the rocky slope before regaining their footing. Momo didn't have time to look further. Nomu was already attacking again. She ducked beneath a sweeping punch that shattered a nearby concrete pillar. There must be more, she realized. The rest of the class must have been scattered throughout the facility. Suddenly the air behind Shigaraki twisted. The purple-black mist reappeared. Kurogyri slowly materialized beside the hand-covered villain. He bowed his head slightly. Shigaraki, he said calmly, I have ensured that the students cannot call for reinforcements. Momo's expression remained neutral, but internally she noted the statement. But they didn't notice the drone I sent before. Kurogyri continued. Additionally, I have transported a part of the students to various disaster zones throughout the facility. The mist shifted slightly. Our forces are already waiting for them. Shigaraki watched Momo narrowly as she dodged another attack. Nomu's massive fist swung toward her again. Momo pivoted aside and countered with a sharp kick to the creature's chest, but Nomu did not even flinch. It was like kicking a wall. Momo landed and immediately followed up with a rapid series of targeted strikes to the creature's ribs and abdomen. Each hit landed perfectly. Each one had no effect. Shigaraki scratched his neck slowly while watching the fight. You're only delaying the inevitable, he said lazily. His red eyes focused on her. You have no chance against my Nomu. He scratched harder. Just like the rest of those pathetic students from that miserable hero school. His voice grew colder. In the end, you're all just meaningless NPCs. Momo stepped back as Nomu swung again. The massive arms smashed into the ground where she had been standing. Dust erupted upward. She straightened calmly. "We'll see about that." She raised one hand to her ear. Her voice spoke clearly into the small communication device. "Attention, all students." Her tone was firm and controlled. "This is Sensei Yaoyorozu." Across the facility, the scattered students heard her voice through their earbuds. "I am officially authorizing the use of your quirks." Her voice remained calm but decisive. "You may defend yourselves and your classmates as necessary. Act with caution." Then she lowered her hand just as Nomu charged again. The massive creature lunged forward with frightening speed. Momo's arm moved. A large weapon formed instantly from her upper arm in her hands. A bazooka. She fired. Boom. The rocket slammed directly into Nomu's torso. A powerful explosion erupted, smoke and debris blasting outward across the plaza. For a moment the creature vanished inside the cloud. A massive shadow burst out of the smoke. Nomu ran straight through the explosion without slowing down. Before Momo could reposition, its fist slammed into her side. At the last possible moment, she absorbed the bazooka and created a reinforced shield. The impact still sent her flying. She skidded violently across the ground, boots grinding against the concrete. Dust trailed behind her before she finally regained her footing and slid to a stop. Her breathing remained steady. Without hesitation she absorbed the shield. 2 grenades formed in her hands. Nomu was already charging again. She threw the grenades. Both grenades struck the creature directly. Boom. But instead of a normal explosion, a burst of compressed liquid nitrogen detonated outward. Freezing vapor engulfed Nomu instantly. Within seconds the creature's entire lower body was encased in thick ice. The frozen legs locked solid against the ground. Nomu stopped moving. For a brief moment it seemed immobilized. Then, large fractures spread through the ice. Nomu simply broke its own lower body apart. Chunks of frozen flesh shattered and fell away. And as the destroyed tissue hit the ground, new muscle and bone rapidly regenerated from the torn stumps. Within seconds the creature's lower body had completely regrown. Nomu stepped forward again. Completely unharmed. Shigaraki tilted his head slightly. His voice carried a cruel satisfaction. "Have you finally understood?" he asked mockingly. "Nomu is the ultimate weapon." His red eyes locked onto Momo. A weapon created specifically to defeat the symbol of peace. Nomu moved again, its enormous arms swinging toward her with brutal speed. Momo stepped forward instead of retreating. At the last second she jumped, flipping cleanly over the massive creature. The fist smashed into the ground beneath her as she passed above its shoulder. She landed lightly behind Nomu. "Oh, I've understood quite a lot about your Nomu," she replied calmly. Nomu immediately began turning toward her again. Momo continued while already moving. "Not only is it extremely strong and fast," she said, sidestepping another strike, "it also possesses a shock absorption quirk." Nomu's elbow smashed through a chunk of broken concrete as it tried to grab her. Momo slipped past the attack effortlessly. "And a powerful regeneration ability," she added. She ducked beneath another sweeping arm and rolled to the side. "And most importantly," she finished coolly, "it obeys every one of your commands." While speaking, something small formed in her hand. A metal sphere. Without warning she threw it straight toward Shigaraki. The villain barely moved. His hand came up lazily. He caught the sphere in midair. The moment his fingers closed around it, the metal began to crumble and decay. It flaked apart like dry ash. Shigaraki watched it disintegrate with a bored expression. "What a pathetic throw," he muttered. Momo smiled. A sharp, calculating smile. "Exactly as I expected," she said. Shigaraki frowned slightly. "A touch-based quirk." His eyes narrowed. "And it appears," Momo continued calmly, "you walked right into my trap." The sphere finished disintegrating. The moment it disintegrated completely, a dense cloud of gray smoke burst outward. Within seconds the battlefield was engulfed. Shigaraki's irritated voice echoed through the smoke. "It's annoying." Before the smoke could fully spread, Kurogiri reacted. The mist villain raised one arm. A swirling warp gate opened. The gate pulled at the surrounding air like a vacuum. The smoke was rapidly SE into the portal and vanished. Within seconds the battlefield cleared again. But the moment the smoke disappeared, Momo was already there. She stood directly in front of Shigaraki. A bow staff spun in her hands. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly. Too late. The first strike slammed into his cheek. His head snapped sideways. Before he could react, thud. The other end of the staff drove straight into his stomach. Air exploded from his lungs. Shigaraki doubled forward. Momo pivoted smoothly. Wham! The staff slammed across his back. Shigaraki collapsed onto the ground with a gasp. Before he could recover, Momo stepped forward and planted the end of the staff against the back of his neck. The other end pinned his arm across the ground. Her foot pressed firmly against the center of the staff, locking it in place. The position immobilized him completely. If he tried to reach the weapon or her with his hand, the pressure would only drive the staff harder against him. Shigaraki struggled once, then froze. "Don't move," Momo said calmly. Nearby, Kurogiri's glowing eyes widened slightly. "Tamura!" A large warp gate opened beside Momo. The swirling portal began pulling air toward it, trying to drag her inside. But Momo reacted instantly. An object formed in her hand. Grappling hook. She fired it into the floor. The metal hook buried itself deep into the ground. The cable pulled tight. Her body held firm against the suction of the warp gate. Shigaraki screamed in fury beneath the staff. "Nomu!" His voice cracked with rage. "Kill her already!" The massive creature instantly responded. Nomu charged across the plaza. Its footsteps shattered concrete with every step. It raised one enormous fist. But before it could reach her, a voice shouted from above. "Sensei!" A green figure dropped from the air. Izuku descended with his fist raised. He smashed into Nomu with a full-powered punch. But Nomu didn't even move. The force simply vanished into its body. Izuku's eyes widened. What? Nomu's head slowly turned toward him. Its massive arm began to rise. The punch would have crushed him instantly. But before it could strike, Momo moved. She released the staff for a split second. With a sharp motion she grabbed Shigaraki by the collar and threw him directly toward Kurogiri's warp gate. Kurogiri reacted instantly. The portal collapsed before Shigaraki could fall into it. At the same moment, Momo tackled Izuku sideways. They rolled across the ground just as Nomu's massive fist slammed down where he had been standing. The concrete exploded beneath the impact. Fragments of stone scattered across the plaza. Momo and Izuku rolled across the shattered concrete before quickly pushing themselves back to their feet. Momo's sharp eyes immediately scanned Izuku for injuries. "Are you unharmed?" she asked. Izuku straightened and nodded quickly. "Weiss, thank you for saving me, sensei." Momo gave a short nod. "Good." Her tone hardened slightly. "But be careful around the hand villain. If he touches you, you will disintegrate." Izuku gulped audibly. But he nodded with determination. He had no intention of leaving his teacher alone against these monsters. Behind them, Shigaraki slowly pushed himself up from the ground, brushing dust from his coat. "Nomu, wait." The creature instantly stopped its advance. Shigaraki tilted his head slightly while staring at Momo. His voice carried mocking amusement. "So you're the teacher of that class," he said slowly. "And here I was thinking you were just one of the students." Momo gave a dry smile. "Are you relieved or disappointed?" she replied coolly. "After all, it must be comforting to know your villains were defeated by a teacher and not by a student." Shigaraki's fingers immediately dug into his neck again. The scratching grew more aggressive. His expression twisted with irritation. But then something caught his eye. From the corner of his vision, he noticed movement in the water behind a large rock near the battlefield. 2 students hiding. His lips slowly curled into a malicious grin. "I see," he murmured. His red eyes shifted back toward Momo. "You care quite a lot about your students, don't you?" His grin widened. "Let's see if you can protect them all." Nomu, keep them busy. The moment he finished speaking, Shigaraki stepped backward. A warp gate opened behind him. He vanished into it. Nomu immediately charged toward Momo and Izuku again. Its enormous fist swung down. Both of them jumped aside at the same time. Crash. Concrete shattered beneath the impact. But at that exact moment, out of the corner of their eyes, another warp gate opened. Right in front of the rock where Tsuyu and Mineta were hiding. Tsuyu's eyes widened. Izuku's heart nearly stopped. "Tsuyu, run away," he shouted in panic. But Momo had already reacted. "Oh no, you won't," she said sharply. While dodging another attack from Nomu, she created something and threw it toward the warp gate. The object flew through the air. The next instant, Shigaraki stepped out of the portal. His hands stretched forward. His fingers were only centimeters away from Tsuyu's face. Then, something snapped shut around his neck. The metal collar locked instantly. A violent surge of electricity exploded through Shigaraki's body. Ag! His entire body convulsed. He collapsed to his hands and knees, trembling violently as the shock surged through him. Izuku stared in shock. What was that?" Momo answered calmly while still evading Nomu's relentless attacks. "A null collar." Her eyes remained focused on the creature. "My agency developed it. It prevents captured villains from using their quirks." Izuku blinked in disbelief. "That's incredible." But Momo was already moving again. "That's what, Mineta," she shouted. "Get to safety." At the same moment, she used the grappling hook and fired it directly at Shigaraki. The hook wrapped tightly around his torso. Momo activated the retraction. The cable tightened and violently yanked Shigaraki across the ground toward her. Kurogyri immediately reacted. He began forming a warp gate to rescue his leader. But suddenly, an explosion erupted beside him. A figure dropped from above and slammed Kurogyri by the metal collar into the ground. Katsuki still holds Kurogyri by the metal collar. His face twisted into a feral grin. "Don't even think about it, you freaking gas face," he snarled. Explosions crackled in his palm inches from Kurogyri's head. "Move and I'll blow your head off." Beside him, Kirishima landed heavily and slammed his hardened fists into the ground. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Bakugo. "Yeah," Kirishima shouted. "You're not warping anyone this time." Shigaraki screamed in frustration while being dragged across the plaza. "Help me!" The creature instantly reacted. Nomu dashed forward and caught Shigaraki before he could be fully pulled away. It gently set him back onto the ground. Shigaraki trembled as the collar continued to pulse with electricity. "Remove the collar," he ordered through clenched teeth. At that moment, Izuku noticed something strange. Momo had started smiling. Nomu reached toward the metal collar. The instant it applied force, another powerful electric surge blasted through Shigaraki's body. Aiya! His entire body convulsed again. Nomu continued pulling. The collar snapped apart. But the final surge of electricity was too much. Shigaraki collapsed face first onto the ground, completely unconscious. Kurogyri remained silent for a moment. Then his glowing eyes narrowed. There was no other option. "Nomu," he said calmly. "Free me." The creature immediately turned toward Bakugo and Kirishima. Then it charged. The ground shook beneath its heavy steps. Kirishima stepped forward immediately. "Bring it on." His body hardened completely as he braced himself. Nomu's fist came down. Kirishima raised both arms to block. The impact launched him sideways like a ragdoll. He smashed across the concrete and skidded several meters away. "Kirishima!" Izuku shouted. Nomu didn't even pause. It continued forward toward Bakugo. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. He blasted himself backward with an explosion just as Nomu's fist slammed into the ground where he had been standing. Nomu's fist smashed into the concrete where Katsuki had stood only a fraction of a second earlier. Dust and fragments of stone burst outward across the plaza. Katsuki landed several meters back, sliding across the cracked surface while sparks from his palms kept him balanced. Kurogyri slowly rose from the ground. The mist villain adjusted the metal braces around his neck and looked toward the battlefield. His voice was calm again. "Nomu," he ordered quietly. Then his tone hardened. "Kill them all." The creature immediately obeyed. Nomu charged forward again, the ground shaking beneath its weight. But this time, Momo moved first. She sprinted straight toward the creature. From a distance it looked suicidal, a human running directly toward a monster twice her size. Izuku's eyes widened. "Sensei!" But Momo never slowed. Nomu raised its enormous arm for another crushing strike. At the last possible second, Momo jumped. She launched herself upward, passing directly over Nomu's swinging arm. The attack tore through empty air beneath her. While airborne, Momo created a compact tranquilizer gun in her hands. Without hesitation she aimed downward. 3 quick shots. 3 darts fired in rapid succession. They struck the exposed brain inside Nomu's open skull. The creature staggered immediately. Its steps slowed. Its balance faltered. Nomu swayed slightly, its massive body tilting. But even while losing coordination, it still tried to attack. The creature swung one slow, heavy arm toward Momo as she landed. The motion lacked the speed it had before. Momo stepped forward instead of retreating. She raised her arms and caught the incoming limb. The difference in size between them was enormous. Nomu towered over her, but Momo didn't try to overpower it. Instead she shifted her stance. She stepped inside the creature's reach, turning her body sideways. One hand pulled against Nomu's arm while her shoulder slipped beneath its center of mass. Then she twisted. The motion was precise. Her hips rotated sharply while her legs anchored against the ground. Using Nomu's own forward momentum and weight against it, she lifted just enough to break the creature's balance. The giant body tilted forward. Then Momo completed the motion. With a powerful pivot, she executed a clean shoulder throw. Nomu's massive frame flipped over her shoulder. For a brief moment the 2-meter monster was airborne. The creature slammed violently into the concrete. The entire plaza shook from the impact. Cracks spread outward beneath Nomu's body. Dust rose into the air. For several seconds, the monster did not move. The tranquilizer darts remained embedded in its exposed brain. Izuku couldn't believe what he just saw, neither could the other 2 students with him there. Momo stepped back slightly, watching carefully. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed movement. Shoto stood nearby, staring with wide eyes. His right hand was extended forward. A thin layer of frost had already formed across his palm and fingers. He had clearly been preparing to freeze Nomu in place. But he slowly lowered his arm. It was no longer necessary. Nomu remained completely still. For the first time since the battle began, the creature had stopped moving. Momo allowed herself one short breath. But the situation was not over. A calm voice spoke behind her. Such an outcome was not anticipated. Momo turned. Kurogiri stood beside the unconscious Shigaraki, looking down at his fallen leader. The mist around him shifted uneasily. Nomu was created for one purpose, he continued quietly. To kill the symbol of peace. Momo crossed her arms. "Look at it positively," she replied dryly. "If it loses to someone like me, then it would have stood even less of a chance against All Might." Kurogiri said nothing for a moment. His glowing eyes slowly scanned the battlefield. Dozens of unconscious villains. Students regrouping nearby. Nomu motionless on the ground. Shigaraki unconscious. He understood the situation immediately. Continuing the battle was pointless. The mist around him thickened. "It appears," he said calmly, "that today's operation has failed." He opened a warp gate around himself. "However," he added, "this will not be the last time we meet." The swirling portal expanded. The gate wrapped around Shigaraki's unconscious body. Then both of them vanished into the gate. Only a few seconds later, a thunderous explosion echoed from the entrance of the facility. The massive main doors of the USJ burst inward, ripped completely off their hinges. A familiar booming voice echoed through the dome. "Fear not, students." A towering figure stepped through the broken doorway. "I am here." All Might stood at the entrance, cape billowing dramatically behind him. Silence filled the plaza. Momo stared at him for a moment. Then she said flatly, "He has terrible timing." Later, not long after All Might arrived, more heroes arrived. Teachers from UA rushed into the facility alongside large groups of police officers and emergency responders. Paramedics quickly began treating the injured. Teachers and police officers moved through the facility, securing and transporting the captured villains into waiting police vans outside. Stretchers were brought in for the unconscious criminals. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A were escorted toward the entrance. Paramedics examined 13 and the students carefully. Fortunately, no one had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Bruises, exhaustion, minor wounds, but nothing severe. Momo stood near the exit of the facility, watching as each of her students passed by. Her sharp eyes checked each one for injuries. "Report any pain or dizziness immediately," she instructed calmly. Several students gathered around her. Then Mina suddenly grinned widely. "Sensei, that was amazing," she said excitedly. "You literally took down an entire army of villains by yourself." Denki nodded rapidly. "Yeah, that was seriously the coolest thing I've ever seen." Kirishima clenched his fists with admiration. "That shoulder throw against that monster was incredible. That was super manly." Ochako's eyes sparkled. "You were so calm the whole time, Sensei. I couldn't believe it." Kyoka crossed her arms but smirked slightly. "Yeah, that was ridiculously impressive." Even Todoroki spoke quietly. "Your tactics were efficient," he said. "You neutralized the threat with minimal risk to the students." Momo raised a hand slightly. "It is flattering that you think so," she replied calmly. "But we should start heading back." Several students nodded. They were about to move as they noticed people heading to them. As the students were looking behind her, Momo glanced behind her. Two figures were approaching. Aizawa and beside him a detective. Aizawa looked as exhausted as usual, his messy hair falling partly over his eyes as he addressed her in his typical flat tone. "Yaoyorozu," he said, glancing briefly at the group of students behind her. "Detective Tsukachi wants to question you about the incident." The detective gave a polite nod. Before he could even say anything else, Momo raised her arm slightly. From her skin, a sleek tablet appeared in her hand. "Everything you need is already recorded here," she said calmly. Several students blinked in surprise. Momo tapped the screen a few times. Immediately hundreds of video files appeared on the display. She opened one. The video showed the central plaza and the entire fight with Nomo from multiple angles. Several students standing behind her leaned closer over her shoulder. They gasped. "That's the fight." Ochako whispered. Denki's jaw dropped. "Whoa." Tenya pushed his glasses up his nose, staring at the screen in astonishment. "Sensei Yaoyorozu," he said in confusion, "where did these recordings come from?" Detective Tsukachi looked equally interested. "That," he said calmly, "is exactly what I was wondering." Momo turned the tablet slightly so the detective could see it better. "I created several hundred fly drones the moment the villains appeared," she explained matter-of-factly. "They were deployed throughout the entire USJ facility." Kirishima blinked. "Fly drones?" he repeated. Momo tapped the tablet again. On the screen, a small swarm of insects appeared flying through the interior of the USA. At least they looked like insects. Moments later, Momo created a small container in her hand. The students watched curiously as several tiny buzzing figures flew out of the USJ facility into the box. Momo reached in and picked one up between two fingers. Now everyone could see it clearly. It wasn't a fly. It was a tiny mechanical drone, perfectly shaped and colored to resemble a fly. Izuku gasped the moment he recognized it. "Those are..." His eyes widened. "Aren't those the reconnaissance support items developed by your agency? The ones used by rescue and reconnaissance hero teams?" Momo nodded once. "Correct." She placed the tiny drone back into the container and closed the lid. "They provide aerial surveillance and environmental analysis during rescue missions." Tsukachi accepted the tablet from her. "This will be extremely valuable for the investigation," he said honestly. "Thank you very much, Kriati," With that, the detective turned and walked toward the waiting police officers. Aizawa remained standing there for another moment. His tired eyes moved across the students. Then he spoke. "Just so you're all aware," he said casually, "UA will remain closed until further notice." The students stiffened slightly. Aizawa continued in the same monotone voice. "We need time to investigate how villains were able to infiltrate the USJ." He glanced once more at Momo. Then he turned and walked away without another word. Momo turned back toward her class. Her expression softened slightly. "I believe it would be best if all of you board the bus now," she said calmly. Several students nodded. "I suspect UA will remain closed for several days," Momo continued, "until the administration determines how to proceed." She folded her arms behind her back. "I will gather information and notify all of you once classes resume." With that, the students began walking toward the bus waiting for them. One by one they climbed aboard. Momo was about to follow them when a familiar voice called out. "I heard what happened here." She turned. All Might was walking toward her. His towering form cast a long shadow across the pavement. "I also heard how you protected the students during the attack." He stopped in front of her. "I would like to thank you for that." Momo shook her head slightly. "You don't need to thank me," she replied calmly. "I simply fulfilled my duty as a teacher and as a hero." All Might crossed his arms, smiling proudly. "Even so," he said, "I am quite certain you handled the situation far better than most teachers would have." His smile widened. "Including myself." Momo tilted her head slightly. "That is open to interpretation," she replied neutrally. Then she looked up at him. "Was there anything else?" All Might nodded. "There is actually one thing." He rubbed the back of his neck thoughtfully. "I spoke with several students earlier, including young Midoriya." Momo's expression remained neutral. All Might continued. "He told me that he has used his quirk a handful of times during the villain's attack, but thanks to the items you gave him, his bones didn't break when he uses it." His eyes became curious. "Could you perhaps explain how you came for that solution?" Momo answered immediately. "It was fairly straightforward. All I did was read his student file." All Might blinked in surprise. Momo continued calmly. "According to his file, his quirk manifested only moments before the entrance exam." She folded her arms. "If his quirk had manifested during early childhood like most people, he would likely have learned to control it by now." Her eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "However, since he received it so late in life, his body has not yet adapted to the physical strain that the quirk generates." She gestured lightly toward the bus where Izuku was sitting. "Therefore his body currently lacks the structural tolerance required to withstand the output." All Might listened carefully. Momo continued. "So I instructed my support department to develop specialized gauntlets and reinforced boots. They absorb and redistribute the impact forces generated when he uses his quirk." She paused briefly. "At least until his body gradually adapts and he learns to use it safely without assistance." For several seconds, All Might said nothing. He looked genuinely stunned. "I see." The explanation sounded so simple, so logical. Yet he himself had never considered such an approach. Finally he smiled widely. "That is an incredible solution," he admitted. Momo shrugged slightly. "There is nothing particularly extraordinary about it," she replied calmly. "It is simply applied problem solving." She glanced toward the bus. "If that was all, I should return to my students." All Might nodded. "Of course." Momo turned and walked toward the bus. She stepped inside. Moments later the vehicle began moving. All Might remained standing where he was, watching it drive away. A warm smile spread across his face. "I am relieved," he said quietly to himself, "that young Midoriya has at least one teacher who truly understands how to guide him." 2 days had passed since the USJ incident. UA had reopened, and life had seemingly returned to normal. Inside the classroom of Class 1A, students sat at their desks while Sensei Yaoyorozu taught the lesson at the front of the room as if nothing unusual had happened. Which, to several students, was honestly a little unsettling. The memory of the villain attack at the USJ was still fresh in their minds, Yet their teacher behaved with the same calm professionalism as always. Momo stood beside the board, explaining the lesson with her usual composed voice while writing several notes. From the back row, Denki leaned slightly toward Mina and whispered, "How is she this calm?" Mina nodded slowly. "I know, right? I mean, we literally got attacked by villains 2 days ago." Kyoka rested her cheek on her hand. "She probably deals with stuff like that all the time," she muttered. Several of the girls, however, were looking at their teacher with clear admiration. Ochako watched her with sparkling eyes. "She's amazing," she whispered. Tsuyu nodded calmly. Ribbit. Sensei Yaoyorozu handled the whole situation really well. Even Reiko Yanagi, who rarely showed much emotion, quietly observed their teacher with interest. At the front of the class, Momo continued the lesson without interruption. If she noticed the students whispering, she gave no sign of it. Eventually, the clock on the wall ticked closer to noon. Momo glanced at it briefly. "Before you all go to the cafeteria for lunch," she said, setting the chalk down, "I would like to remind you that the UA Sports Festival will take place next week." Immediately the entire class perked up. Several students straightened in their seats. "The UA Sports Festival?" Denki blurted. "Already?" Mina said excitedly. Even students who had been half asleep moments earlier suddenly looked alert. Momo continued calmly. There was some discussion among the faculty about whether the festival should be postponed due to the recent villain incident. Several students exchanged nervous looks. But, Momo added, the school administration ultimately decided that the festival will still take place. Tenya raised his hand immediately. "Sensei, may I ask the reasoning behind that decision?" Momo nodded. "There are several reasons," she said. "However, the primary one is that canceling the festival immediately after a villain attack could create the impression that UA is intimidated by such incidents." She folded her arms behind her back. UA has always been a symbol of stability and confidence within hero society. The administration believes that continuing the festival demonstrates that the school will not allow criminals to dictate its actions. That explanation seemed to satisfy most of the class. Momo continued. "Additionally, the sports festival is one of the most important opportunities available to you as first-year hero students." She looked around the classroom. Many professional heroes attend the festival to observe promising students. Ochako sat up straight. "Really?" Momo nodded. "If you perform well, there is a strong possibility that some of those heroes will offer you internship positions afterward." Now the excitement in the room grew even stronger. Kirishima grinned widely. "That's awesome." Denki pumped a fist into the air. "I'm totally gonna show off." Several students were already imagining themselves impressing famous heroes. Others, however, looked much more nervous. Koda shrank slightly in his seat. Even Izuku Midoriya seemed tense. Momo noticed the mixed reactions immediately. "However," she added calmly, "I would also like to remind you of something important." The room quieted again. "Even if you do not perform well at this festival, it is not the end of the world." Her voice remained steady. "You will still have 2 more opportunities to participate in the sports festival during your remaining years at UA. That seemed to visibly relax several of the more anxious students. Momo then turned her gaze toward one particular desk. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki looked up with an annoyed expression. "What?" Momo spoke evenly. "There is one additional matter." She paused briefly. "As the student who achieved the highest score in the entrance exam, you are expected to give the opening speech before the UA Sports Festival officially begins." The classroom went silent for half a second. Then Kirishima's eyes widened. "Whoa! Bakubro's gonna give a speech in front of everyone." Katsuki scoffed loudly. "I'll just say I'm gonna win," he said dismissively. "What else is there to say?" Momo stared at him with a completely deadpan expression. "If you give a speech like that," she said flatly, "every student at UA and most of the audience will consider you arrogant and insufferable." Several students winced. Katsuki clicked his tongue. "They don't care." Momo did not react to the attitude. "That should concern you," she replied calmly. You represent yourself more than any other student when you open the UA Sports Festival. She continued. As I mentioned earlier, the festival is an opportunity to impress professional heroes who may later offer internships. She looked directly at him. Do you really want to present yourself as arrogant and unpleasant in front of dozens of pro heroes? Katsuki clicked his tongue again. I don't care what anyone thinks. Momo sighed very quietly. Even if you insist on giving such a short speech, she said, it would be wise to at least keep it neutral so you do not embarrass yourself or cause unnecessary resentment toward your class. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Whatever. At that moment, the bell signaling the lunch break echoed through the building. Students immediately began standing up and stretching. Momo stepped away from her desk. I wish you all a pleasant lunch, she said calmly. If you will excuse me, I need to make an important phone call. She walked toward the classroom door. When she opened it, she paused. The hallway outside was crowded. Dozens of students from other classes stood there. Some leaned against the walls, others whispered among themselves. But all of them were looking toward the classroom. Momo blinked once in mild surprise. Then she stepped into the doorway. Can I help you with something? She asked politely. A student with messy purple hair stepped forward from the crowd. It was Hitoshi Shinso. He looked at the students of Class 1A with a neutral but slightly curious expression. We just wanted to take a look at the class that survived a villain attack, Shinso said. Momo's expression remained calm. You can do that in the cafeteria, she replied evenly. Therefore I would ask you to clear the hallway. Behind her, several of her students had gathered near the door. They stood just behind their teacher, curious about what was happening. Then another student pushed his way forward through the crowd. He had blonde hair and a smug expression on his face. Who are you to tell us what to do? He said arrogantly. Itsuka immediately groaned when she saw him. Not him again. Kyoka leaned slightly toward her and whispered. You know him? Itsuka sighed quietly. That's Monoma from Class 1B, she whispered back. I've already given him a few handchop strikes because he keeps talking down about our class. Kyoka's eyes lit up with interest. Tell me everything later, she whispered. Every detail. Meanwhile, Momo calmly answered the blonde student's question. I am the homeroom teacher of this class. For a moment there was silence. Then Monoma burst out laughing. Several students around him joined in, some snickering openly. A few others started whispering sarcastic remarks. However, not everyone laughed. Students from the General Studies course stood quietly, including Shinso, there they already know that she was really a teacher. Also silent were a tall student with very large lips, a boy with a tail, and another blonde student nearby. But most of the gathered students were clearly amused. Momo's own students did not look pleased. Several of them frowned at the disrespect. Monoma smirked mockingly. A teacher? He said in a condescending tone. Don't make me laugh. He looked her up and down with exaggerated skepticism. You look like a student, a hot student, but still a student who got lost on the way to class. Maybe Class A is letting students play teacher now. A few students snorted at the comment. Monoma continued smugly. Or maybe they ran out of real heroes and started hiring pretty girls to decorate the classrooms. That was enough to visibly irritate several members of Class 1A. Kirishima's eyebrows twitched. Denki muttered, Okay, that guy's asking for it. But Momo remained completely composed. Without saying a word, she reached into her pocket. Then she calmly held up a small card. Her UA teacher identification badge. The official UA emblem was clearly visible. For a moment the hallway became completely silent. The laughter died instantly. Several students blinked in shock. Even Monoma's smug grin froze on his face. A few students visibly straightened their posture. Once the hallway had gone completely quiet, Momo spoke again. Now that there is silence, she said calmly, I would ask you to use your lunch break to eat in the cafeteria. Her voice was polite but firm. Standing in front of another class's classroom is not an appropriate way to observe students. She continued evenly. If you wish to speak with them, you may do so in the cafeteria. Like normal students. She placed the badge back into her pocket. Then she added calmly, And if you would now be so kind as to clear the hallway and head toward lunch, I'm quite certain your teachers would not appreciate learning that you used your break to mock other students and faculty members. That statement seemed to settle the matter. One by one the gathered students began moving away. Some looked embarrassed. Others avoided eye contact. Even Monoma clicked his tongue in annoyance before turning away and walking down the hallway. Soon the crowd dispersed, heading toward the cafeteria. The students from Class 1A also began to leaving the classroom and walking in that direction. Within a minute the hallway was almost empty. Momo watched them leave for a moment. Then she turned around and walked in the opposite direction down the corridor. At the cafeteria, Izuku sat at one of the cafeteria tables. His lunch tray was sitting untouched in front of him. Instead of eating, he was completely focused on his smartphone. His eyes moved quickly across the screen as if he were analyzing every detail. Because of that, he didn't notice someone approaching from behind. Ochako suddenly appeared right behind him with a wide smile. "Hey Izuku! What are you doing?" "Wah!" Izuku jumped slightly in his seat and quickly turned around. He froze when he saw not only Ochako but all the girls from his class standing behind him. Mina, Tsuyu, Kyoka, Toru, Reiko, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Yui were all there, along with two girls he didn't immediately recognize. One had long green hair that looked almost like vines. The other had brown hair that partially covered her eyes. Ochako giggled softly. "Sorry." Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "It's okay. It's my fault," he said. "I was distracted." He then looked toward the two unfamiliar girls. Who are you?" Ochako smiled. "Oh, right." She gestured toward the girls. "This is Ibara Shiozaki and Kinoko Komori. They're from Class 1B. They came over to apologize for their classmates' behavior earlier." The green-haired girl stepped forward slightly. Ibara folded her hands politely in front of her. "My apologies for the disrespect shown earlier," she said in a calm and almost serene tone. "Such arrogance does not represent all of Class 1B. Beside her, Kinoko gave a shy wave. "Yeah, sorry about Monoma," she said sheepishly. "He gets like that sometimes." Izuku waved his hands quickly. "Oh, it's okay. Really?" Ochako then leaned forward slightly and looked at his phone. "But what were you doing?" she asked curiously. "You looked extremely focused." Izuku blushed a little. "Well," he turned the phone around so everyone could see the screen. "I was watching recordings of past UA sports festivals." The girls leaned in closer, specifically the ones where our sensei participated. Izuku says. The moment they saw the screen, several of them widened their eyes. The video showed a younger Momo Yaoyorozu standing at the starting line of the sports festival obstacle race during her first year at UA. Mina blinked. "Wait, that's sensei?" Kyoka leaned closer. "That actually is her." Ochako looked amazed. "She looks exactly the same." Mina crossed her arms while staring at the screen. "Seriously? She hasn't changed at all." The girls quickly gathered around Izuku's seat, forming a small circle while watching the video together. The video showed highlights from the first round of the festival. The obstacle race. At one point, 3 massive zero-pointer robots blocked the path. Without hesitation, the younger Momo created a large cannon. The blasts completely destroyed all 3 robots. Several girls gasped. "Whoa!" Mina shouted. Kinoko's eyes went wide. "Those were zero-pointers." "Ribbit," Tsuyu said calmly. She didn't even hesitate. Unfortunately, the video only showed highlights, so they couldn't watch the entire obstacle race. At the end of the clip, the rankings appeared. Momo Yaoyorozu was on the 19th place. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. "She probably didn't focus on speed," he explained. "She focused on clearing the obstacles efficiently." The next clips showed later events from that same festival. At the end of her first year, Momo reached the best. The video then jumped to the next year. During her second and third year, she placed first overall. Momo stood in the arena, calm and confident while the audience cheered. Moments later, the announcer declared her the winner of the UA Sports Festival. Several girls stared at the screen in silence. Then Mina spoke first. Hey, that's actually insane. Kyoka smirked slightly. Not surprising. Kinoko slowly looked between Izuku and the screen. That's really your teacher? Kyoka answered immediately. You better believe it. Ibra placed a hand against her chest thoughtfully. To think that such skill now guides your class, she said. It seems fate has truly blessed you. Izuku looked back at the screen for a moment. Then he clenched his fist with determination. After seeing our sensei in action, he said firmly, I'm even more determined to give it everything I have at the UA Sports Festival. Ochako smiled brightly. Me too. Mina pumped her fist. Yeah. Let's do our best. Tsuyu nodded. Ribbit. Agreed. One by one, the girls around the table nodded in agreement. It was the day of the UA Sports Festival. The massive stadium was completely filled with spectators. Thousands of people had gathered in the stands, their voices blending into a loud ocean of excitement. Among them were civilians, reporters, and many pro-heroes, all watching carefully. For the students, this was more than just a school event. It was a chance to show their abilities to the entire hero society. Every participant wore the standard UA sports uniform. Each class had gathered inside their assigned locker rooms, preparing themselves mentally for the competition. Meanwhile, Momo walked through the corridor that led to the locker rooms. She stopped in front of the door to her class's locker room. Momo raised her hand and knocked gently. A moment later, the door opened. Standing there was Reiko Yanagi. The quiet girl blinked slowly, her expression showing clear surprise. Sensei, she said as she stepped slightly to the side. What are you doing here? Momo gave a small, calm smile as she stepped inside. I simply came to wish you all good luck. Inside the locker room, many of the students immediately looked toward her. Some were stretching. Others were sitting silently, mentally preparing themselves. A few clearly looked nervous. Momo's eyes briefly moved across the room. At that moment she noticed Shoto standing near Izuku. However, just as she entered, Shoto stepped away from Izuku. It looked like the two of them had exchanged a few words before she arrived. Momo made a small mental note of it but didn't comment. Instead, the students began gathering around her. Ochako, Mina, Tsuyu, Kyoka, Toru, Reiko, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Yui stood nearby, listening carefully. On the other side, Tenya, Kirishima, Denki, Fumikage, Shoji, Koda, Siro, Mineta, and even Katsuki looked in her direction. Momo looked at them with a composed expression. You have all trained hard to reach this point, she said calmly. Her voice was gentle but confident. The UA Sports Festival is not simply a competition. It is an opportunity to show the world what kind of heroes you will become. Several students straightened their posture. Win or lose, she continued, what matters most is how you conduct yourselves. Show your determination, your creativity, and your courage. Her eyes moved across the group. I believe in each of you. Those simple words had a noticeable effect. Kirishima grinned. Man, that's motivating. Ochako clenched her fists with renewed determination. I'm going to do my best. Tsuyu nodded calmly. Ribbit. Same here. Even some of the more nervous students seemed to relax slightly. Then suddenly the loudspeakers in the building activated. A familiar energetic voice echoed through the corridors. It was Present Mike. Alrighty students. It's time. All participants, please make your way to the stadium. His voice boomed throughout the entire building. Momo smiled faintly. Well, she said, it seems it's getting serious now. The students nodded. One by one, they began leaving the locker room and heading toward the stadium entrance. The excitement from the crowd outside could already be heard even from the hallway. However, just as Izuku was about to leave the room, Momo noticed something. Midoriya. Izuku stopped and turned around. Yes, sensei? Momo looked at him carefully. Where are your gauntlets and boots? Izuku blinked in confusion. Ah. He looked down at his uniform as if checking for them. I can't use them during the sports festival, he said uncertainly. You know, support items aren't allowed. Momo tilted her head slightly. Did you not submit a request? Izuku froze. A request? Momo folded her arms calmly. The official application that allows the use of support items during the festival. Izuku stared at her. There's an application for that? Momo nodded once. Of course. She looked at him with mild curiosity. How do you think the support corps students are able to demonstrate their gadgets every year? Izuku's eyes widened. Only now did the realization hit him. He had completely forgotten to read the rules regarding support items. Oh. His shoulders dropped slightly. I didn't know about that. Momo watched him quietly for a moment. Then she sighed very softly. Unfortunately, it is too late to submit the application now. Izuku nodded slowly. I understand. Then Momo spoke again. Even so, she said calmly, do your best. Izuku looked up again. With or without those items? For a moment, he was silent. Then he straightened his posture and nodded firmly. Yes, sensei. His eyes filled with determination. I will. Momo left the preparation area shortly after the students headed toward the arena. She walked through another corridor that led to the teacher viewing section of the stadium. When she entered, the room resembled something similar to a VIP lounge. A wide glass window stretched across the entire front wall, offering a perfect view of the massive arena below. Comfortable leather seats were arranged in rows facing the glass, and several large monitors displayed close-up footage from different angles of the field. A long table behind the seating area held drinks, snacks, and data tablets showing student statistics. Several teachers were already present. At the center sat Principal Nizu, calmly sipping tea while watching the preparations below with interest. Other members of the faculty were also seated throughout the lounge. Momo quietly took a seat. Through the large window, she could see the enormous stadium field where all the UA students had gathered. The noise of the crowd was thunderous. At that moment, Midnight stood on the main platform in the arena. She raised her microphone. And now, as tradition demands, the student who placed first in the entrance exam will give the opening declaration. She looked toward the students. Katsuki Bakugo. Step forward. Katsuki walked up onto the platform. The crowd murmured loudly as he grabbed the microphone. For a moment he simply looked around the stadium with his usual intense glare. Then he spoke. May the best win. With that short sentence, he stepped away from the microphone and jumped down from the platform. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo blinked once. She quietly murmured to herself, well, at least he didn't say he formally swears that he will win. That sounds like he had a different speech in mind earlier. The voice came from beside her. Momo turned slightly. A very thin, skeletal-looking man had just taken the seat next to her. He gave a polite nod. Apologies for the interruption, he said. I don't believe we've officially introduced ourselves. My name is Toshinori. I'm a member of the faculty. Momo gave a respectful nod in return. Momo Yaoyorozu. I teach Class 1A. Toshinori smiled gently. I've already heard many good things about you and that class. He paused for a moment before continuing. Is it true that you protected them during the villain attack at the USJ? Momo thought about the question briefly. Partially, she replied calmly. But I would say they mostly protected themselves. Toshinori looked slightly surprised. I'm sure they were only able to defend themselves so well because of your guidance. Momo shook her head slightly. They already possessed the determination to act, she said modestly. If anything, I merely helped them refine what was already there. Toshinori chuckled softly. Well, regardless, he said, leaning back in his seat. I believe you're an excellent teacher for that class. I'm certain the other teachers would agree. Momo gave a soft, appreciative smile. Then her attention returned to the stadium. On the massive central monitor, the announcers revealed the first event. A large title appeared across the screen. First round, obstacle race. The stadium erupted with excitement. The race would circle around the entire stadium and include several obstacles along the way. Moments later, the race began. Momo watched closely. Almost immediately, Shoto slammed his foot onto the ground. A massive wave of ice spread forward across the track. A large portion of the students were instantly frozen in place, where they tried to free themselves. Momo folded her arms thoughtfully while watching the monitor. The remaining students pushed forward. Soon they reached the first obstacle. Massive zero-pointer robots blocked the path. Students scattered in different directions, trying to find ways around or through them. Some students even destroyed them. The race continued. Next came the second obstacle. A large canyon that students had to cross using either wire ropes or using their quirks. Some struggled, some managed to advance through clever solutions. Then the competitors reached the third obstacle. The moment Momo saw it, she raised an eyebrow. What kind of SDST designs a minefield where students are supposed to run through it? Not far away, Nizu suddenly looked very nervous. A visible drop of sweat slowly slid down the side of his head. Meanwhile, on the screen, the leading students approached the final stretch. At first it looked like a head-to-head race between Shoto and Katsuki. But suddenly something unexpected happened. Izuku launched forward. He was standing on a metal plate, using an explosion from the mines to propel himself forward like a projectile. He shot past both of them at incredible speed and crossed the finish line. First place. Momo watched the replay on the monitor. That was quite clever, she said calmly, using the mines to launch himself past everyone. She continued observing the race. One by one, the remaining students reached the finish line. Soon all of her students began returning to the stadium field. Then she noticed something that made her expression change slightly. Itsuka Kendo crossed the finish line in 19th place. However, attached to the back of her uniform was Mineta, clinging to her with his ball like a backpack. Momo's eye twitched slightly. She wasn't angry at Itsuka. But the sight of Mineta sticking to her from behind triggered an old memory. 10 years ago, someone had done exactly the same thing to her during the obstacle race, and she had been forced to carry that person all the way to the finish line. Back in the present, Midnight raised her microphone again. On the large screen, the results appeared. 42 students had advanced to the next round. Midnight smiled as she began explaining the next event. The next round will be the cavalry battle. The crowd reacted loudly. Before the students could fully process it, Midnight added one more important rule. There will be a point ranking system. Then she pointed dramatically toward the scoreboard. And the student who placed first in the obstacle race. She paused for dramatic effect. Holds 10 million points. Instantly, every student turned toward Izuku. Midnight grinned mischievously. That means, she pointed directly at him. He is now everyone's main target. For a brief moment after the announcement, the entire stadium erupted into loud chatter. All eyes had turned toward Izuku Midoriya, who now held the 10 million point headband. Down on the field, the students quickly began forming their teams for the cavalry battle. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo watched the preparations carefully through the large glass window while occasionally glancing at the monitors showing close-up views. Soon the teams were finalized. Izuku's team consisted of Ochako Uraraka, Fumikage Tokoyami, and, somewhat unexpectedly, a girl from the support department, Mei Hatsum. Momo raised an eyebrow slightly when she noticed that. Hatsume, interesting choice. Moments later, the second round began. As expected, Izuku's team immediately became the primary target. Nearly every team in the arena began moving toward them. Even from the teacher section, it was easy to see the pressure they were under. Despite that, the team managed to maneuver surprisingly well. Momo had to admit that the gadgets they were using, provided by Mei, were quite impressive. One of them in particular caught her attention. A jetpack? The device allowed their team to move much faster and more unpredictably than most of the other teams. However, even that advantage could not last forever. Soon a familiar team approached them. Shoto Todoroki's team. His team consisted of Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, and Itsuka Kendo. Their coordination was excellent. Tenya's speed allowed them to close the distance rapidly, while Shoto used his ice to limit the movements of other competitors. It didn't take long. With a precise maneuver, they managed to steal the 10 million point headband from Izuku's team. A loud reaction swept through the crowd. Inside the lounge, Momo simply observed the screen calmly. Predictable, she murmured. But the round was not over yet. Although Izuku's team failed to recover the 10 million headband, they refused to give up. Instead, they shifted their strategy. Near the end of the round, they managed to steal Shoto's team headband, which carried their team's accumulated points. When the time limit ended, the results were calculated. Despite losing the 10 million points, Izuku's team had still gathered enough points to advance to the next round. On the large screen, the 16 advancing students were displayed. Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Tsuka Kendo, Denki Kaminari, Izuku Midoriya, Uchako Uraraka, Meihatsum, Fumikage Tokoyami, Katsuki Bakugo, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Antasiro, Hitoshi Shinso, Yuga Oyama, Burashiza, Tetsu. Originally, Masahiro Ojiro and Nairenjiki Shota had qualified instead of Ibara and Tetsu. However, both students voluntarily withdrew. They explained that they had no memory of their actions during the match, and therefore did not believe they deserved to advance. Because of that decision, the next highest scoring students were allowed to take their places. After the results were announced, there was a short break before the next stage of the festival. During this time, several side activities were organized for students and visitors to participate in. Seeing the pause in the schedule, Momo stood up from her seat. I believe I'll use this opportunity for a short break as well. She planned to visit the restroom and perhaps pick up something to eat from the many food stalls set up around the stadium concourse. The corridors were busy with spectators and staff moving around. However, as she walked toward the restrooms, she suddenly noticed a very familiar group ahead. Her female students. But something about them immediately stood out. They were dressed as cheerleaders. Momo slowed her steps slightly before approaching them. The girls seemed to be waiting near one of the entrances to the arena. Is there a particular reason, Momo asked calmly, why all of you are dressed as cheerleaders? The girls immediately turned toward her. For a moment, they exchanged confused glances with one another. Then Itsuka spoke. Wasn't that your instruction, sensei? She asked carefully. To dress as cheerleaders to help raise the atmosphere before the side activities? Momo's face immediately became completely expressionless. Certainly not, she looked at them calmly. As far as I am aware, professional cheerleaders were already hired for that purpose. Which makes it entirely unnecessary for you to dress like this. The effect was immediate. Every girl in front of her turned bright red. Momo folded her arms slightly. Who told you that you were supposed to do this? For several seconds, nobody answered. Some of them looked down. Others looked away awkwardly. Whether it was out of embarrassment or for some other reason, none of them spoke. After a moment, Momo sighed quietly. Very well, she said. We will resolve this matter another day. She gestured down the corridor. For now, it would be best if you return to the locker room and change before the side activities begin. The girls quickly nodded. Yes, sensei. Without another word, they hurried off toward the locker rooms. Momo watched them leave. Then she resumed walking down the corridor. But as she walked, she was already forming a plan in her mind. Someone had clearly convinced them to wear those outfits. And although no one had said the name, she already had a very strong suspicion about who the culprit was. After the short break and the side activities concluded, the atmosphere inside the stadium shifted once again. The crowd returned to their seats, and the massive screens above the arena lit up. Present Mick's excited voice echoed through the stadium. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're moving on to the final round. The one-on-one tournament. The crowd erupted in excitement. On the large screen, the tournament bracket appeared. The matches were displayed clearly for everyone to see. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantasiro. 3. Tenya Ida vs Meihatsum. 4. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. 6. Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. 7. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. 8. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Itsuka Kendo. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo studied the bracket quietly. She felt both pride and a slight sense of regret. So many of her students had made it into the final round. That was impressive. But she also knew something else. Eventually, when the time came for the Provisional Hero License exam, they would be competing against other schools who will use this event as advantage. But that was a problem for another day. Beside her, Toshinori leaned slightly forward as he observed the bracket. Just out of curiosity, he asked, "Which of your students would you expect to win?" Momo thought for a moment before answering. "In truth," she said calmly, "if there were no quirk advantages, I would say that nearly everyone here has a fair chance." She looked back at the screen. However, circumstances complicate that. She continued thoughtfully. If Todoroki were to fully accept the use of his fire side, his combat potential would increase significantly. Tokoyami is extremely dangerous in the right environment, but he currently relies too heavily on his quirk. Ashido often restrains herself more than necessary, though her quirk is too dangerous when she would use it directly on her opponents. And Midoriya, she paused briefly. If he could use his quirk without breaking his bones, he would also be a serious contender. Toshinori listened very carefully. But as things currently stand, Momo finished, Bakugo has the greatest advantage to win this tournament, even though his aggressive behavior is a setback. Toshinori was genuinely impressed. Not only had she analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of her students with precision, she had even correctly assessed the limitations of all the students' quirks, not just from Izuku. Particularly that last point made Toshinori's eyes narrow slightly in thought. He gave a small smile. "I think this will be a very exciting tournament." Down in the arena, the first match was about to begin. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. At first, the match seemed to end almost immediately. After a brief exchange of words, Izuku suddenly stopped moving. His eyes went blank. He turned and began walking toward the edge of the arena. The crowd gasped. Momo narrowed her eyes slightly. "Mind control," she murmured. But just before Izuku stepped out of bounds, his body suddenly jerked. Then he stopped. Slowly, he turned back toward Shinso. The crowd erupted in surprise. Moments later, Izuku lunged forward and managed to throw Shinso out of the arena. Midoriya wins. Inside the lounge, Momo folded her arms thoughtfully. Interesting. She had clearly seen that brief moment where Izuku regained control. I will have to ask him how he broke free from that quirk. She made a mental note to question him another time. Match 2, Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. The match ended almost as soon as it began. A massive wave of ice covered the arena. Shiro was frozen in place within seconds. Winner, Todoroki. Momo exhaled softly. Shiro had very little chance against that level of area control. Still, she made another mental note. Todoroki continues to rely exclusively on his ice. Match 3, Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Technically, Tenya won the match. But it barely resembled a fight. Instead, Mei used the opportunity to demonstrate several of her inventions to the audience. Jet boosters, grappling devices, and other gadgets were displayed in rapid succession. Eventually, she simply waved cheerfully and walked out of bounds herself. Inside the lounge, Momo raised an eyebrow. That girl understands marketing remarkably well. Match 4, Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. The match was brief. Denki attempted to overwhelm Ibara with electricity. However, her vine quirk quickly restrained him before he could finish the attack. Moments later, he was completely immobilized, with a fried brain. Winner, Ibara Shiozaki. Momo nodded slightly. A natural counter to Kaminari's fighting style. Match 5, Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. This match lasted far longer. Ochako fought with remarkable determination. She dodged explosions, maneuvered carefully, and clearly attempted to execute a larger strategy. Even when the pressure increased, she refused to give up. However, in the end, Bakugo's raw combat ability proved overwhelming. Winner, Bakugo. Momo watched silently for a moment. Uraraka displayed excellent perseverance. She was genuinely proud of her effort. Match 6. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. The fight was extremely physical. Both students possessed defensive quirks that allowed them to withstand tremendous punishment. The match eventually ended in a draw, with both fighters knocking themselves off. Later, after a arm wrestling match, the victory was awarded to Kirishima. Momo nodded slightly. A very straightforward but respectable fight. Match 7. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. The match did not last long. Mina used her mobility and acid attacks to force Aoyama into a defensive position. Within a short time, she successfully knocked him out of bounds. Winner, Mina Ishido. Momo smiled faintly. Mina performed very efficiently. Match 8. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Itsuka Kendo. This match ended far faster than many expected. Dark Shadow surged forward almost immediately. Before Itsuka could fully react, she was forced out of the arena. The match was over in seconds. From the teacher lounge, Momo quietly watched Itsuka lying outside the ring. She looked clearly frustrated. Momo understood that feeling. A similar situation had happened to her years ago, a match that ended before she even had a real chance to demonstrate her abilities. She folded her arms gently. Sometimes, she murmured quietly, a battle ends before you are given the opportunity to show what you are capable of. Her expression softened slightly. I know exactly how that feels. The stadium lights shifted as the next set of matches appeared on the large screens. The quarterfinals were about to begin. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo sat with her arms folded, watching the arena below through the wide glass window. The crowd roared with anticipation. Quarterfinal match, Izuku Midoriya vs Shota Todoroki. From the very beginning, the tension in the stadium was obvious. Everyone understood that this would be one of the most intense fights of the tournament. Momo watched closely. She immediately noticed the difference in Midoriya's approach compared to his previous matches. He was analyzing, looking for openings. However, Shoto's ice attacks forced him constantly on the defensive. Even from the lounge, Momo could see the strain on Midoriya's body. Then it happened. Midoriya began using his power repeatedly. The result was immediate. One finger, then another, and another. With every strike, the bones in his right hand cracked under the force. By the time the fight escalated further, he had already broken all the fingers of his right hand. Eventually, even his arms suffered the same fate. Several teachers winced at the sight. Momo's expression tightened slightly. That boy truly pushes himself beyond reasonable limits, she murmured quietly. However, something else happened during the match that made the crowd erupt. For the first time during the tournament, Shoto used his fire. Flames burst from his left side, melting the ice across the arena. The stadium exploded with excitement. Inside the lounge, Momo leaned forward slightly. So he finally accepted it, she said softly. The fight ended shortly afterward. Shoto advanced to the semifinals. Medical staff quickly entered the arena to assist Midoriya. Momo exhaled slowly. His body simply cannot sustain that level of power. Quarterfinal match, Tenya Ida vs Ibara Shiozaki. This match was far more tactical. Ibara attempted to control the battlefield with her vines, creating barriers and traps. But Tenya's speed allowed him to maneuver around them. Eventually, he managed to break through her defenses and push her out of the arena. Winner, Tenya Ida. Momo nodded once. Excellent mobility and DSPLN, she commented quietly. Quarterfinal match, Katsuki Bakugo vs Eijiro Kirishima. The fight between the two classmates was extremely aggressive. Kirishima relied on his hardening to endure Bakugo's explosions. For a time he managed to withstand the attacks. But Bakugo's relentless assault eventually overwhelmed him. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Momo watched the screen calmly. Kirishima demonstrated admirable resilience, she noted. However, Bakugo's offensive pressure rarely allows an opponent time to recover. Quarterfinal match, Fumikage Tokoyami vs Mina Ishido. This match was fast and unpredictable. Mina used her agility to evade Dark Shadow several times. But in the end, Tokoyami's quirk simply covered too much space. Dark shadow forced her toward the edge of the arena. A final push sent her out of bounds. Winner, Fumikage Tokoyami. Momo smiled slightly. Ashido's movement is excellent, she said. But Tokoyami's control over Dark Shadow continues to improve, at least in daylight. The semi-final bracket appeared on the screen. Shota Todoroki vs Tenya Ida. Katsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami. The stadium buzzed with excitement once again. Semi-final match, Shota Todoroki vs Tenya Ida. The match did not last very long. Tenya attempted to use his speed to close the distance. But Shota responded with overwhelming ice attacks combined with bursts of fire. Eventually Tenya was forced to surrender. Winner, Shota Todoroki. Momo nodded thoughtfully. Todoroki's combat versatility increases dramatically when he uses both elements. Semi-final match, Katsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Dark Shadow launched multiple attacks toward Bakugo. But the bright stadium lights significantly weakened it. Bakugo quickly exploited that limitation. A series of precise explosions forced Tokoyami back. The final blast knocked him out of bounds. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Momo watched Tokoyami stand up slowly after the match. He performed well despite the environmental disadvantage, she said calmly. The final match was set. Katsuki Bakugo vs Shota Todoroki. The crowd was louder than ever. From the start, the battle was intense. Ice clashed with explosions. Flames melted frozen terrain. For a while the match seemed evenly balanced. But toward the end, something changed. Shota hesitated. For a brief moment, he stopped using his fire. Bakugo immediately noticed. He pushed forward with relentless aggression. The match ended with Bakugo forcing Shota out of bounds. Winner of the UA Sports Festival, Katsuki Bakugo. However, instead of celebrating, Bakugo looked furious. "You weren't even fighting seriously," he shouted angrily toward Shota. His voice echoed through the arena. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo closed her eyes briefly. Unbelievable. Her embarrassment was impossible to hide. Award ceremony. A short time later, the podium was set up in the center of the arena. First place. Second place. Third place. However, the scene was chaotic. Bakugo was standing on the first place podium tied to a pole, restrained with thick bindings after violently protesting the result. He continued yelling in frustration. The audience reacted with a mixture of laughter and confusion. Momo covered part of her face with one hand. "I sincerely apologize on behalf of my student," she murmured quietly to herself. On the second place podium stood Shota, calm but silent. Then Momo noticed something strange. On the third place podium stood only Tokoyami. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't Ida supposed to share that position? She looked around the lounge. But then she noticed something else. Tashinori was no longer there. Momo assumed he had simply stepped out. She didn't think much more about it. Then suddenly a familiar figure leapt onto the stage. The crowd exploded with excitement. It was All Might. He raised his fist proudly. "I am here." His booming voice echoed through the entire stadium. He then began presenting the medals to the winners. The ceremony continued without further incident. When it was finally over, the crowd slowly began leaving the stadium. Inside the teacher lounge, Momo stood up from her seat and walked toward the exit. But before leaving, she paused near the large glass window one last time. Below, her students were gathered on the field. Some were talking excitedly. Some were simply sitting on the ground, exhausted. Momo watched them quietly. Then she smiled faintly to herself. No matter how chaotic they are, her voice was soft. They are still the future of hero society. With that quiet thought, she finally turned and left the teacher lounge. 2 days after the UA Sports Festival, the classroom was filled with lively conversation. Nearly every student was still talking about the festival. Voices overlapped as they discussed the highlights, the crowd, and the results. Just as the school bell rang, the classroom door slid open. Momo entered. Her presence was noticed immediately. Within seconds the conversations died down as the students returned to their seats. She walked calmly to the front of the room and stopped beside her desk. "It's nice to see all of you so energetic after the sports festival," she said. Kirishima raised a hand with a grin. "Of course. That was the manliest event I've ever been part of." Mina leaned forward over her desk. "The crowd was amazing. Did you hear how loud they were when the finals started?" Ochako nodded enthusiastically. "I still can't believe how many people were watching." Denki says excited. "And the stadium was huge." Momo smiled slightly. "I'm certain it was an incredible experience," she said calmly. "However, we will later that day speak about your performances during the UA Sport Festival." She paused for a moment. "But until then, we will begin with the next major event." Turning toward the board, she picked up a piece of chalk. One by one, she began writing names followed by numbers. Todoroki, 4123. Bugo, 3556. Tokoyami, 360. Ida, 301. Kaminari, 272. Kirishima, 68. Varka, 20. Suro, 14. Then she set the chalk down and turned back toward the class. "Internships." A murmur spread through the room immediately. Momo continued. "The numbers behind your names represent the amount of hero agencies that have shown interest in you following the results of the sports festival." Denki slumped down in his chair. "That gap's insane," he muttered. "Thousands for the finalists, and only hundreds for the rest of us." Kyoka crossed her arms, looking thoughtful. "It's interesting though," she said. "Todoroki got the most offers even though he placed second. Bakugo won, but he's behind him." Shoto didn't look pleased by that observation. His voice was quiet and distant. "It's because of my father. His influence." Several students glanced toward him. Siro leaned back in his chair with a faint smirk. Or maybe the pros just didn't want to deal with Bakugo after that medal ceremony. Bakugo's head snapped toward him instantly. "If they're scared of me, then they're weak." Ochako meanwhile looked delighted. "Ida, we got offers." "Isn't that amazing?" Ida adjusted his glasses with a very serious expression. "Yes," he said formally. "It is very encouraging." Meanwhile Mineta leaned back in his chair. Since he was sitting directly in front of Itsuka, he tilted his head slightly toward her while smirking. "Well, not everyone was that lucky," he said. He pointed his thumb toward the board. "Midoriya and Kendo only got one offer." Then he looked at Izuku. "Guess fighting recklessly against Todoroki doesn't impress the pros." He started laughing loudly. Before he could say anything else, Itsuka's hand came down sharply on the back of his head. "At least we got offers," Itsuka said flatly. Mineta groaned, rubbing the back of his head. At the front of the room, Momo spoke again. "That brings me directly to my next point." Her eyes slowly moved across the entire classroom. The atmosphere shifted slightly. "Who among you," Momo asked calmly, "tricked the girls into wearing cheerleader outfits during the sports festival?" The effect was immediate. Denki stiffened. Siro froze. Kirishima looked very uncomfortable. And Mineta's face turned completely pale. Momo noticed all of it. Her expression remained perfectly calm. "I will give you exactly 1 minute to confess or feel the consequences," she said. From her palm, a stopwatch emerged. She pressed the button. The ticking began. Silence filled the room. No one spoke. 30 seconds passed. Then 40. Denki looked at Siro. Siro looked at Kirishima. Kirishima looked nervously at the desk. Mineta stared straight forward as if trying to become invisible. The seconds continued to pass. Finally the minute ended. The stopwatch beeped softly. Momo stopped it. She looked at the class again. "I see." Her voice was still calm. So since no one wishes to confess, she absorbed the stopwatch back into her hand. "Here are the promised consequences." Momo let her gaze move across the classroom once more. Kaminari, Siro, Kirishima. Her eyes rested on the 3 boys. "You 3 will serve 1 month of after-school detention with cleaning duties." In addition, you will attend a 1-month course on how to behave appropriately toward girls. What? Denki exclaimed in shock. A whole month? Shiro added. Kirishima scratched the back of his head, clearly embarrassed. That's pretty rough. You made the girls wear cheerleader outfits and let them almost humiliate themselves in front of millions of eyes. Be glad that this is all that happens to you. Momo folded her arms calmly. By the way, had you admitted your involvement when I gave you the opportunity, your punishment would have been considerably lighter. The three immediately fell silent. Behind them, Mineta secretly let out a small sigh of relief. For a moment he thought he had escaped suspicion. Then Momo's eyes shifted directly to him. As for you, Mineta. His body froze. Your punishment will be different. The entire class turned toward him. You will serve 3 months of after-school detention, including cleaning duties. Additionally, you will attend the behavioral course on how to properly treat girls. She paused slightly. You will remain in that course until the instructor personally certifies that you have improved. Mineta's jaw dropped. What? That's not fair, he shouted. Why is my punishment so harsh when the others get only 1 month? Momo looked at him without any change in expression. I gave all of you the opportunity to be honest. None of you used it. She continued calmly. Furthermore, I reviewed the surveillance recordings during the sport festival. You were the primary person responsible for tricking the girls into wearing those cheerleader outfits. Mineta opened his mouth, ready to protest. But Momo raised a hand slightly. I am not finished. The room grew very quiet. Frankly, Mineta, I have reached the limit of my patience with you. He froze. I have given you chance after chance to behave appropriately. Each time, you ignored it. Mineta tried to interrupt. But I am also not referring only to the cheerleader incident. Her tone remained perfectly composed. On your first day, you repeatedly stared at the girls in an inappropriate manner. During the battle trial exercise, you attempted to touch Kodai inappropriately. During the incident at the USJ, despite villains attacking the facility, you touched Tsuyu's chest twice, while pretending that it was an accident. Tsuyu blinked slowly, her face grossed out. I remember that, ribbit. Mineta's face turned red. That's not You do not need to deny it. Momo interrupted him. I reviewed the footage from the fly drones. From multiple angles. And then there was you clinging to Kendo's back during the obstacle race. I can't even start how inappropriate that was. The classroom was silent. And I will not even begin discussing your inappropriate comments and behavior in the locker room, cafeteria, or hallways. Mineta had nothing left to say. He just stared at the desk. Momo spoke again. Because of your continued misconduct and your performance during the UA Sports Festival, you will no longer remain in the hero course as of today. Mineta's head snapped up. What? You are being transferred to the General Studies Department. The words landed like a hammer. If you intend to become a hero someday, Momo continued calmly, you should start by becoming a decent person first. All girls exchanged relieved and satisfied looks. Momo then glanced toward the classroom door. You may come in now. The door slid open. A small girl stepped inside shyly. She walked in slowly, her hands clasped together nervously. Momo gestured toward her. This is Kinoko Komori. She was previously part of Class 1B. She has been transferred here to fill the open seat. The same adjustment has occurred in several classes, where students from the lower departments are given the opportunity to advance. Kinoko bowed politely. It's a pleasure to join this class, she said shyly. Please take care of me. Mineta suddenly stood up. Wait a second. Don't I get a say in this? Momo looked at him calmly. I believe you have said and done quite enough already. Mineta clenched his fists. You are fortunate that I am not a teacher who immediately expels students, she added. Otherwise you would have been removed on the first day. However, I cannot guarantee that the instructor in general studies will be as patient. Mineta's shoulders slumped. Without another word, he slowly walked toward the door and left the classroom. The door slid shut behind him. Kinoko quietly walked over and sat down in the now empty seat. She smiled nervously. In front of her, Reiko Yanagi turned around slightly and returned the smile with a calm nod. At the front of the room, Momo clasped her hands together. Now that this matter has been resolved, we will return to the topic of internships. Several students straightened in their seats. Even if your name did not appear on the board, Momo continued, each of you will still have the opportunity to intern with hero agencies that maintain close partnerships with UA. The students whose names were not listed visibly brightened. Then Momo added, however, before we proceed further with the internship process, there is another important step we must address. Everyone looked at her expectantly. She gave a small smile. Your hero names. For a moment there was silence. Then the entire class erupted in excited cheers. Momo raised her hand slightly and, from her arm, several small chalkboards and pieces of chalk began to form. One after another, they emerged from her skin before she picked them up and began distributing them to the students. Write your hero names on these boards, she instructed. However, I expect you to put genuine thought into your choice. If you become professional heroes someday, you will need a name that leaves an impression on the public. Her eyes briefly moved across the class. Much like All Might. The room grew noticeably quieter. The students suddenly realized just how important this decision actually was. A hero name wasn't just a nickname. It was an identity. Momo clasped her hands behind her back. And to make sure your names are appropriate, we have invited an expert. Before anyone could react, the classroom door slid open. Midnight swept into the room dramatically, striking a confident pose. And I'll be the one giving final approval, she announced, her voice both playful and commanding. The class erupted in cheers. Some looked excited. Others suddenly looked nervous. Midnight walked toward the front of the room and leaned casually against the desk. Remember, she said, wagging a finger at them, this is the name the world will know you by. Make it memorable, but make it appropriate. The excitement quickly turned into hesitation. No one wanted to go first. Finally, Mina jumped to her feet with her usual boundless energy. She grinned widely and held up her board. How about Alien Queen? Midnight's smile immediately faltered. Absolutely not. Mina blinked. You cannot compare yourself to a monster from a horror franchise, Midnight said flatly. Mina pouted dramatically while the class shifted uneasily. Tsuyu calmly stood up next. Rainy season hero, Froppy, she said simply. The class immediately cheered. Midnight smiled and gave a small approving nod. Simple. Memorable. Approved. Kirishima jumped up right after her, his grin wide with excitement. I'm going with sturdy hero, Red Riot, he declared proudly. After my idol, Crimson Riot. The class applauded loudly. Momo noticed the sincerity in his voice and gave a small approving nod. Nearby, Kaminari was staring blankly at his board, completely stuck. Kyoka leaned over toward him with a mischievous smirk. How about jamming way? Kaminari's eyes suddenly lit up. That's awesome. Is it because... Kyoka chuckled. It's a joke, she said casually. Because you're strong but your brain always jams. Kaminari deflated instantly. The class laughed. Kyoka then walked to the front and raised her board. Hearing hero, earphone jack. Midnight gave a satisfied nod. Stylish. I like it. One by one the others followed. Shoji stepped forward and quietly revealed his board. Tentacle hero, tentacle. Approved, Midnight said. Siro walked up next with a confident grin. Taping hero, cellophane. Good branding, Midnight said approvingly. Mina, still sulking slightly from her earlier rejection, walked up again. She flipped her board around. Ridley hero, Pinky. Midnight clapped her hands together happily. Much better. Kaminari finally stepped forward with his board. Stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Midnight grinned. That works. Hagakure cheerfully held up her invisible board. Stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Midnight laughed. Very fitting. Tokoyami approached with his usual dramatic posture. Jet Black hero, Tsukuyami. Dark Shadow emerged slightly from behind him as if emphasizing the declaration. Very theatrical, Midnight said with a grin. Koda slowly walked up, blushing intensely. He quietly raised his board. Petting hero, anima. Midnight's expression softened. Adorable. Approved. Then came Bakugo. He slammed his board onto the desk. King explosion murder. The class groaned loudly. Midnight pinched the bridge of her nose. No. Bakugo scowled. What do you mean no? Too violent, Midnight replied calmly. Try again. Bakugo clicked his tongue but didn't argue further. Ochako stepped forward next with a bright smile. She proudly showed her board. Zero gravity hero, Uravity. The class cheered loudly. Midnight smiled approvingly. Clever wordplay. Then Shoto stepped forward. When he lifted his board, it only showed his name. Todoroki. Midnight tilted her head slightly. Are you sure you want to use your own name? Shoto answered calmly. There's nothing else I would use. Momo thought quietly for a moment. Then she spoke. What about thermocline? Shoto turned his head slightly. Thermocline. It's the boundary layer in the ocean where warm and cold water meet, she explained calmly. Given your quirk, it seemed appropriate. Shoto considered the explanation for a moment. That sounds acceptable, he said. Thank you for the suggestion. He took the chalk and wrote on the board. Then he turned it around. Frozen fire hero, thermocline. The class applauded. Midnight lightly nudged Momo with her elbow. Looks like you've got a talent for naming too. Momo rolled her eyes playfully before looking back at the class. Now then, she said. We still have a few left. Itsuka stepped forward confidently and held up her board. Big fist hero, battle fist. Midnight nodded. Strong and straightforward. Setsuna strolled up next with a playful grin. She flipped her board around. Lizard hero, lizardy. Midnight raised an eyebrow but then shrugged. Energetic. I'll allow it. Kinoko nervously walked to the front next. She shyly held up her board. Mushroom hero, shemage. Midnight blinked once. Then smiled warmly. That's adorable. Approved. Reiko Yanagi quietly approached next. She raised her board without changing her calm expression. Emily. There was a brief pause. Midnight tilted her head. That's unexpectedly normal. Reiko replied flatly, that is intentional. Midnight shrugged. Fair enough. Next came Yui Kodai. She stood silently at the front of the room, holding a blank board. Midnight blinked. No idea? Yui shook her head slightly. Momo thought for a moment. Then she spoke. What about scale? Yui looked at her. It reflects your quirk's ability to change the size of objects, Momo explained calmly. It's simple but very fitting. Yui considered it briefly. Then she nodded. She wrote on the board and turned it around. Size hero, scale. Midnight smiled. Clean and effective. Tenya walked forward next. His posture was perfectly straight. I will continue using my family name. He held up his board. Ida. Midnight tilted her head. Are you sure? Would you like help creating a hero name? Tenya answered immediately. Yes. I am certain. There was something slightly distant in his voice. Without further explanation, he turned and returned to his seat. Finally, Izuku walked to the front of the room. He looked slightly nervous. I'm not sure what I should call myself, he admitted. At first I thought about Deku, but that name is too insulting and I never really liked it. Momo thought quietly for a moment. Then she spoke. How about Atlas? Izuku blinked. Atlas. Like the Titan from Greek mythology, Momo explained. Someone who carries great burdens. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. He thought about the responsibility he carried. The power of one for all. The expectations. The weight. That actually fits, he said softly. He began writing on the board. Then he turned it around proudly. Vanguard hero, Atlas. The classroom erupted into applause. The applause slowly faded as the excitement in the classroom settled. Midnight stretched slightly before stepping away from the desk. Looks like everyone has something workable now, she said with a satisfied smile. Try not to embarrass yourselves when those names hit the public. A few students laughed nervously. Momo gave a polite nod. Thank you for your assistance. Midnight waved casually as she headed toward the door. Anytime. Watching students struggle with hero names is always entertaining. The door slid shut behind her. For a moment the class remained lively, students chatting about the names they had chosen and teasing each other about them. Momo glanced at the clock on the wall. Then she spoke. Before the PRD ends, one final thing. The students quieted again. When you go to the cafeteria shortly, I recommend using that time to consider which agency you would like to complete your internship with. Several students immediately began whispering to each other again, clearly already thinking about it. Just then, the school bell rang. The loud chime echoed through the building. Lunch. Kaminari announced happily as he jumped up. Chairs slid back across the floor as students stood.